The day has finally arrived. Best Ball Mania launch day. Best Ball Breakfast has a jam-packed lineup for the summer. We're unveiling it today. I'll be doing a solo draft at the top, as always, or whenever Best Ball Mania officially launches. We will have Adam Levitan swinging by at 11 a.m. Eastern for a draft. We will have the defending Best Ball Mania champ, Sam Sherman, around noon. And then, of course, batting cleanup, Pat Kerrane. I'm Pete Overzet. The tanks are out. The coffee is brewed. Hot Best Ball Summer starts now. Welcome to Hot Best Ball Summer.
You slurp that suspension dipperino, honey?
Easy to click on Rashad White when it's all site credits.
Exodia.
Put the puppy in the bag, bro. I'm trying to grow the goddamn game.
The game is beatable, folks.
Slap King Summer, bitches.
7,000 hours of commercial-free Best Ball drafts starts now. Have you guys been smashing the refresh button? How many refreshes are each of you at on Underdog right now for Best Ball Mania? Just click, 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 click. The servers, they can't handle what the Best Ball Bros want. I'm fired up, ready to go this morning. You know, I know most of you guys have been here, you know, since the big board season. But as the summer progresses, we are going to have more and more people joining us, ready to draft, and it's going to be a great time. What are we working with on refreshes? Mini refreshes, 3. Win BBM? I don't know, but I think it's going to be soon. Dare I say the word imminent? And how about this? Just to make sure that we are ready, quick on the trigger finger when this contest does go live, I need to have some coffee in me. So let's get a coffee pour here. I brewed a double batch for today. I knew I needed it. Needed that caffeine, that liquid courage, the energy to fuel me through 4+ hours of live streaming on this Monday morning. There it is. A nice, full, hearty pour for all of you ASMR coffee freaks out there. How we feeling? How we feeling, guys? We got 324 people watching live off the rip. The people are frothy. And you know what? It makes me feel good because, you know, what's been the prevailing kind of conversation starter over the weekend? This is one of the worst draft classes ever. I mean, not only did we have a really weak draft class, but they all seem to somehow go to the worst possible landing spots, other than a few of them at the top. It was a somewhat depressing weekend, right? Like sometimes we are licking our chops on Monday morning to go after these rookies, and it didn't really pan out the way we wanted. And yet I was thinking this morning, the contests are still just as big. The prize money hits your bank account in just the same way, whether the rookies are good or not. So what does it really matter to us? We're all playing the same game. Yeah, we want to be excited about the rookies. Maybe if anything, guys, if you identify more on the slappy side of the axis, maybe if anything, this saves us money. There are less shiny fool's gold, prizes to chase in these drafts. That's my spin zone right now as I talk this through with you guys. This being a shitty rookie class is going to make all of us better drafters. We're going to stay more focused. We're going to do the small things right. See? That's all we need is a little bit of optimism here on a Monday morning. Vadim is mad about tank tops. It's actually funny. It's not quite tank top weather here. It's 56 degrees. And I said, you know what? I dug into my summer bin of tank tops. Hadn't even busted these out yet. And I said, I need to kick off Hot Best Ball Summer with the tank tops. It just felt right. I don't know why Vadim is hitting me with what is this emoji? Is this a grimace? Is this a scowl? Why is Vadim not liking the tank tops? BBM? Wait. Are we? Okay, we are live. We are live. We need 3 more people. Let's fucking go. Let's go. We are in and ready to rip. Shout out draft team, 10:05 a.m. Eastern. You could not draw it up better than that. 105, the first Best Ball Mania draft. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Look at that. Look at that. Crutches sneaks into this one. We got Stockton. Let's see the prizes now, right? We got to check this out because this wasn't, this was not announced ahead of time. So it looks like a very similar structure to last year, which I think is the right move. 2 million to first, 672,000 entrants. It's the 2 of 12. We got 1 of 14 in week 14, 1 of 12 in week 15. So they've made some tweaks to this. I like this here. We don't have any of the 1 of 16. Week 15 is now the harder of the 2 weeks. I think that flipped. I believe it was last year. Week 16 was the 1 of 16 advance. So it's flipped. Week 15 is all that matters. And then we have a slightly bigger final. We're up to a 667 seat final, which I think is an okay trade-off to make that week 16 pod less of a bloodbath. The 1 of 16 is a true humbling pod size there. So I like this. 2 of 12, 1 of 14, 1 of 12, 667 seat final. We still got our 2 million to first. 10th place is 100K. You guys will have to help me parse some of the other prizes here if I'm missing anything. Round 1, okay, here are the regular season prizes. First still gets 100K, second gets 50K, all the way down to the top, what is that, 10,000? Get $100, so you 10x if you're top 10,000 in the regular season. So pretty similar to last year, And I am on the clock. And with my first pick of Best Ball Mania 7, the road to winning $2 million, Jackson Smith and Jigba, come on down. Come on down, Jackson Smith in Jigba. Let me get the draft board up here as well in another tab. I obviously had to hop in a draft right away due to excitement, but I am told that some of these other contests are live as well. So as we're waiting for our second round pick, we can see what we got in the lobby here. Best Ball Mania 7, 2 million to first. The Eliminator is here, 200K to first again. We have weekly winners, of course. Oh my goodness, they went all out. We have the puppy. Win puppy, now puppy. There you go. $5, 100K to first. And we got the big dog out as well, $500. So we are so off to the races. So off to the races here. I also, as we draft this first one, I want to pull up a little bit of a cheat sheet that I was making before we went live. I was looking at updated ETR rankings and comparing that to ADP, try to find some of these targets for us. You know, some of these big winners, obviously Jadarian Price, he's going to be a hot commodity in these early drafts. He opens with an ADP of 87. That's obviously pretty inefficient to his true value. ETR has him at 50. Pollard, huge winner coming out of the draft. They avoid Jeremiyah Love. He has an ADP of 110, a ranking of 65. Kyren Williams, this one pains me. I don't want to buy this one. I want to skip right over this, but ADP of 35, ETR rank of 21, pretty big percentage change there. A lot of these veteran running backs, DeAndre Swift, big winner. They bring in no additional competition. ADP is 60, aggressive ETR rank there at 37. As far as the rookies, though, this is actually, let me make my pick here. We start JSN on the board right now. I have the choice between a couple of running backs, Derrick Henry and Chase Brown. Let's do Chase Brown. This guy, Chase Brown, it's like every single time I think he is going to finally find himself in a competition for touches, the Bengals are like, no, he's our dude. So maybe it's just time that we admit that that Chase Brown can ball and there are no more attack vectors here. Let's see here. We got Numi in the chat. He's confirming that Eliminator and Big Dog are the same as his weekly winners. So far, the only thing I've been able to see is some of those tweaks to BBM. Numi, let me know in the chat if there are any other tweaks to BBM that I'm missing from last year. Good morning to everybody fired up in the chat. Crutches says he's worried that Sam Sherman is going to be on weekly. He might get in too many BBMs. I know. What did he have? 56 entries in last year? Excited to draft with Sam here at noon Eastern. Chris G fired up, flexing that 47-month badge. Similar for B-Zigs. Took time off and looks like this rookie class was a great one to not dive into. Welcome back. Welcome back indeed. Nez takes 56 months of chasing the 0 RB dragon. 56 months. Who's going to come in and try to member Mog Nez? Can anyone come over the top with more than 56? Welcome, Real Mike Bradley, to becoming a YouTube member. We are back on the clock here. What do we want to do? Do we want to grab a running back here? How do we feel about, you know what? I barely clicked George Pickens during the pre-draft process. I just was not getting a lot of George Pickens for whatever reason. I don't think I'm anti-George Pickens. So we'll scoop him up here at pick 29. If George Pickens falls from pick 24 to 29, are we allowed to do just the most gentle of ahs? Like it can't be like a guttural howl, but I think I can muster something like, ahoo. Is that fair play? I think that's fair play. I think what else I need to get going on here is I need to add the tickers. Last year I kind of just backed my way into drafting all 150 of my Best Ball Mania teams on stream. I don't really see any reason why that wouldn't happen again this year. So let's get the screen popping here. There we go. Best Ball Mania draft number 1. Draft number 1 of 150. We got some member mogging here. Ryan gifting a membership. Appreciate you. Oh, Willis. Never get into a member mog off with Willis. He will win. 62 months. Happy to be back for another hot best ball summer. No Bosock says good luck this season, Pete. Thank you, sir. Lord knows I need it. There's Emo. 44 months. Nothing to turn your nose up at. We start our first Best Ball Mania draft with JSN, Chase Brown, George Pickens. See if there's anything I need to be aware of here. Looks like ETR would have wanted me to take Derrick Henry. They have him at 13. We're back on the clock here. Woo! What do we want to do here? Colson Loveland. Should I? I think this first draft is going to be pretty vibes based. I mean, there's some of these rookies and some of these CLV risers, fallers that I do want to try to scoop up at some good prices. But I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to vibe my way through this draft mostly. I'm going to look at my cheat sheet here, make sure that there are some of these rookies that I'm keeping an eye on who could be good values. But we're going to vibe our way through this first draft. That's just how it has to be done. Slight tweaks to BBM and Puppy is all. So no need to waste all of your Claude credits asking our AI overlords to solve new tournament structures. You can just run it back like last year. Chad Candles mogged worse than when I had to sit next to Nez. That's right. Nez, sneaky tall. Ooh, 59. 59 months for Ben Zanks. There you go. Good morning, Frankie. Christopher, I had the same issue. They must have... Christopher says ETR rankings not loading for anyone else. They must have a name matching error with them, and I didn't have time to fix it myself. So I said I'll just raw dog. There's Frankie. If you got a 4 next to your name, don't even play with me and Willis. There you go. Shout out to all the YouTube members, the OGs. Starting out, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Chase Brown, George Pickens, Colston Loveland. About to pick in the 5th round here. What are we looking at? Jalen Waddle's on the board. DJ Moore's on the board. Lamar Jackson. Nothing I'm going to do with stacking here. Kind of hoping I can grab David Montgomery. I think he's been another one of these veteran winners. Okay, M. Stockton pulls up DeAndre Swift there. We'll go ahead and grab Monty as our running back too. So we got Chase Brown, David Montgomery. We have JSN and George Pickens at wide receiver and Colston Loveland at tight end. Casey for 59 months says he doesn't know how to turn off his subscription. That's the goal. That's the goal, is that it's so hard to figure out how to change your subscription that you just have to always be a member for life. But then it comes in handy during these moments, right, Casey? When we're all flexing. I will say with your YouTube memberships, you're going to get those weekly After Dark shows. Had a really good one with After Dark or on After Dark Saturday with Sacrilegious from Leg Up. We went through the entire draft board, primarily through the lens of the rookies, and talked through the targets, where we saw movement coming. It was a really good primer to get ready for opening day. And I'll continue to have guests from around the best ball universe, friends of the show, all kinds of that on After Dark. And those conversations are generally pretty evergreen. So if you become a YouTube member, you can go back, watch those shows. In addition, your YouTube membership gets you access to the Bash. The Best Ball Bash will be back on Thursday. I will be drafting Best Ball Mania teams with you guys, the YouTube members. All you have to do is be a YouTube member, and you are eligible to toss your name in the drawing. And we'll bring up 2 to 3 people every Thursday afternoon to draft teams with me on the Bash. All right, let's see here at 6'8". At 6'8", I am about to pick, and I am hoping to grab some cheap Jordan Tyson here. Ooh, the first snipe of the summer. The first snipe of the summer. All right, let's see here. I mean, Chuba was a winner. We could also grab Caleb Williams to stack with Loveland. We can do Caleb. It is going to be interesting. Like, I got to reshift my brain from 20 round brain. There was a lot of fear when drafting in the 20 rounds in the big board, getting shut out at quarterback, kind of defaulting to quarterbacks anytime you didn't have a pick you felt really confident about, basically breaking ties in that direction. My thought has been that dynamic is going to change a little bit. The pressure is going to be off. More people are going to be willing to do 2 quarterback builds with 18 rounds. Chuba does go 1 pick after me. Here are some of the bigger fallers. You know, I was looking at the risers. Dobbs falls all the way to 142 in the ETR ranks. Lemon falls bigly to 112. Neighbors to 27. Rome, a big faller. Igbuka, huge faller in their ranks, 38 to 61. There's Jonah Coleman, who landed in a really tough landing spot as far as immediate value. He goes from 141 to 233. Those are kind of the significant ones. Charbonnet gets nuked in the rankings for ETR, 117 down to 213. Other rookie fallers, Carnell Tate, slight faller, 59 to 70. Nicholas Singleton goes from 187 to 231. So a lot of these running backs who in the right landing spot maybe could have held serve with their pre-draft ADP, but just not going to get it done with their landing spot. Eli Stowers goes from 181 to 237. All right, we are back on the clock here. Parker Washington, my nemesis. Let's have some fun. Let's just grab a guy we like. Let's grab Michael Wilson. Feel like another wide receiver here makes sense. Michael Wilson is just one of those clicks where I like the dude. I think he's a baller. I'm not a believer in Marvin Harrison. I think the quarterback situation is going to be fine now that they got Carson Beck. Just kidding. I think Jacoby Brissett is going to be fine. We got more member mogging in the chat. Go AZ Cards. Flexing my Penix, all 4 of it. Chris Riley became a member, got on the Bash, been here since. Purple Yosh, feels like longer, 42 months. Ryan, 2 QBs, not if Kerrane has anything to say about it. Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited to draft with Pat. I mean, we drafted once on Ship Chasing a few weeks ago, but it's always fun to get into the rhythm of drafting weekly with these guys. We can really get a feel for ADP movement, how the board's falling, adjust our draft plans accordingly. And we're already 7 rounds through this first BBM draft. JSN, Chase Brown, George Pickens, Colston Loveland, David Montgomery, Caleb Williams, and Michael Wilson, the squad so far. Can't say I've had the opportunity to make a super fun pick yet. Nothing super fun. I was hoping to grab Tyson at 68, but he goes. Jadarian Price went to crutches at 70. So, Jadarian Price is going to be on a rocket ship to the 5th round. So it's just kind of like a game of chicken of where you're able to get him. He goes at 70 here. I continue to like Pearsall a good bit in this range. I also don't mind Rico. I think Pearsall, the Stribling pick, what do we want to do? Let's do Rico first, actually. I had a quick change of heart there at the last second. I'm going to grab Rico Dowdle and grab another running back in this range. A lot of the ADP pockets, I think, are going to still be relatively similar. And this range here in the 100 to 130 is still so strong at wide receiver, whereas the running backs, as we know, get really thinned out there. So let's grab another body at ADP Rico. So we got one quarterback stacked up with the tight end. We got the 3 running backs, the 3 wide receivers, and we'll push wide receiver for a second. Almost pulled the trigger on Ricky Pearsall there. Yeah, big Igbuka drop. I forget what ETR's ranking was on Igbuka pre-draft. I found his price frothy even then, but yeah, I think the Hurst thing. And they still have, they have McMillan, they have Tez Johnson, they have Cade Otton. I don't know. I just don't think Igbuka's, the way he ended the season last year was really concerning. He ran so hot on touchdowns to start the year and then really tapered off in a way that made you kind of question how good he actually was and whether he's like a role player or an alpha. And so I think it's smart to be cautious with him. All right, I get Pearsall. I was considering taking Pearsall when I took Dowdle, so we'll happily take him here as our 4th wide receiver. Some of these, OMG says, why the big Tate drop? ETR had it 60 to 70. Some of that isn't even necessarily a drop per se. Traditionally, ETR has been more conservative with the rookie prices. So I wouldn't necessarily even consider that a drop. It was more just the market or whatever the pre-draft ADP was always going to be a little frothier for a guy like Tate than the projections and the rankings were going to comply with. All right, relax, MacNova. Win playoff best ball. One month at a time, brother. What's up, Brandon? GM from sunny Tucson, Arizona. That was an inadvertent punt. Almost pulled the trigger on Pearsall. Sometimes you just stumble into a bar. Oh, man, J-Mike, one highlight from the weekend. Not so much a highlight in that I traveled to Michigan for my grandfather's funeral, and always, an emotional, heavier time being with family under those circumstances. But it was very, very nice to get to spend time with my parents and my extended family on my dad's side. And I had a hellacious travel day getting there. It involved, I literally will not recount all of the blow by blow, but it involved taking an Uber from Chicago O'Hare to a hotel in Grand Rapids, Michigan that got me in at 3:30 a.m. on Saturday morning and then had to be up at 7 a.m. To get ready for the services. So it was an exhausting weekend, but it is good to be back in the saddle here. Let's see. ETR is higher on KC Concepcion. They have him at 98. His ADP opens at 109. Let's get some double value on KC Concepcion. Not only do we get an ADP value in this room, he falls to 116, but we're probably going to get a really good closing line value as well, assuming the market follows ETR on this one. My guess is that there's going to be a little battle here of, vibes-based drafters not liking the KC Concepcion landing spot. But if you like the talent and we like the draft capital, getting a round one rookie wide receiver at pick 116, I have a feeling we will look back on that price in a month or two and be like, oh yeah, KC Concepcion at 116, very good price. That's my guess. This is a funny comment. Pete, Dayball is going to feed Tate 10 plus targets per game. First of all, I'm not the one that sets the Tate ranking. I think I'm pretty agnostic on Carnell Tate. Also, Dayball is not going to be the one feeding him. That's going to be Jackson Dart. Not Jackson Dart. That's going to be Cam Ward. So I feel a little less confident about Cam Ward being able to get him the ball 10 plus times a game. But yes, obviously the player who went top 5 in the NFL draft is going to get every chance in the world to be an alpha. In the same way Tedaroya McMillan got all of the chances in the world to be the alpha for Carolina. The target share was there. And yet sometimes the quarterback play wouldn't support high-end outcomes. So it's the similar playbook for a lot of these guys. Like, we're going to like the target share. You can hang your hat on that. I think there could be a bumpy ride with the quarterback play. But I like Carnell Tate. I will click Carnell Tate plenty this summer. All right, we are back on the clock here. Look at these names. I don't have anything speaking to me right now. I'm going to put Sam Darnold in the queue to stack up with JSN. I mean, this is like a range that got kind of nuked. I guess the Minnesota running backs were winners here, but Sharps got nuked. Algier got nuked. Mike Washington got nuked. As far as wide receivers here, are there any wide receivers on the rise we should be looking at? Not a ton here. As far as rookies, we did grab KC Concepcion. Sadiq looks like he could be an interesting guy to try to target here. As far as being a riser. It is like, I don't know. The fact that these rookies really let us down, it makes the early BBM landscape feel more similar to the big board landscape than in previous years. Normally, it feels like a real kind of seismic shift. The board literally getting flipped on its head. Not so much this year. It does feel like I'm kind of looking at the big board range here. In previous years, this was when we would be like taking all of the round 2 rookie wide receivers, the round 3 and 4 running backs. And it's just not quite there this year. But we're going to do Sadiq here. So Sadiq, I'm picking at 140. That's right at his ADP. ETR has him at 122. 122. So this is another guy where vibes-based drafters are like, I don't like the Jets landing spot. But again, the talent, the draft capital, the path to targets, I think is there. Let's see if we can get some CLV on Sadiq as well. Kenyon Sadiq are tight end 2. So here's the squad so far. We have a 2-3-5-2. We have Caleb Williams stacked up with Loveland. We have Sam Darnold stacked up with JSN. We still just have the 3 running backs, so we're going to have to figure that out. Chase Brown, David Montgomery, and Rico. But that's not bad. 1 in the top 20, 2 in the top 50 or so, and then Rico, our RB3 at pick 92. We got our 5 wide receivers, JSN, Pickens, Wilson, Pearsall, Concepcion. That seems fine. And then our 2 tight ends, Loveland and Sadiq. I mean, at this point in the draft, are there any other rookie targets that you even want to jump the line for at this point? I mean, all of these other guys we were drafting pre-draft, Emmett Johnson, Singleton, all of these guys are now late round flyers and probably guys you want to even wait for training camp and more information on. Wide receiver, same thing. Brazel, Bernard, Surratt. I mean, these are all now 17th, 18th round flyers. This is a good question. Do we care about Vikings rookie QB? I had floated him to sack. We're talking about Damon Claiborne here. I thought it's kind of interesting just because I'm interested in betting against Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason. But the draft capital there, it seems very unlikely that he would force his way onto the field without an injury, that he's going to get an opportunity to even show himself without an injury. Now, you could say Jordan Mason, Aaron Jones, not necessarily the most healthy guys in the world, so you could see the vision there. Let's see, where are they at on Boston? They're fine on Boston. They're at 145. I do have the KC. Should we just do the double KC rookie thing here? Or Jonathan Brooks is another guy. Let me get another running back here first. Jonathan Brooks and Chuba, I think, were pretty big winners, obviously, from the draft. Carolina standing pat at running back. Brooks seems like a decent flyer at 149. Let me see where does ETR have Brooks? Yeah, they're a little lower on him. They have him at 154. But again, looking at these running backs, I mean, we're thinning out very quickly. We have the falling knife Algier. He finally goes at 155. Keaton Mitchell. Then you're into some of these rookies, handcuffs. Brian Robinson strikes me as one of the better picks in this range, just knowing exactly what you're getting as far as a clear handcuff with no competition for RB2. Five more rounds to go in my first Best Ball Mania draft of the year. We're going to have Adam Levitan coming by at 11 a.m. Eastern to draft. Here's a question for you guys. Again, having like big board brain right now. You guys think this is a 2-quarterback build or a 3-quarterback build? Caleb Williams at pick 68 and Sam Darnold at pick 125. Geno Smith goes. He could have been a justifiable selection with Sadiq. We're already in, I guess I have the Cleveland thing going a little bit. So you could maybe throw a dart. But yeah, we're going to take Boston here. I mean, Boston falls 20 picks. I don't know. Normally when I put a player in my queue on Best Ball Breakfast, it's an advertisement to snipe me. People just do not like the Browns and the Jets. It seems like that might be a preview of what's to come this summer. A battle between projections and vibes on these Jets and Browns players. But yeah, Denzel Boston at 164, 20 picks past ADP. We already looked at it. ETR has him ranked at 145. And then same thing with KC Concepcion. Top 100 pick for ETR, 198. And I get him at 116. So who's going to win out here? What's going to win out? The vibes or the projections on these Browns wide receivers? It might have to be wrist up for sure. Doo-doo versus dumpster fire. Beggars can't be choosers. We can't love these rookies and love their profiles. I still want to, it's one thing if you're having to pay a huge premium for these guys on shitty teams, but I do really think if you're getting discounts on round one profiles who got the draft capital, these are players we liked. Kenyon Sadiq, one of the most athletic tight ends already in the league. When you look at his measurables as far as what he did from a vertical jumps and the broad jump and his speed, there was like 3 comparables to date. It was like Vernon Davis and Calvin Johnson were the only other guys who have been as athletic as Kenyon Sadiq. KC Concepcion, he was the pre-draft darling. Everyone liked KC Concepcion. He was in a tier of his own after those top 3. But now we're out. Now we're out because they're on the Browns and the Jets, I guess. I'm going to take Brian Robinson here. Like I said, I think it's kind of just like a clean, boring RB2 bet. Because this is the territory we are already in. we talk about this every year. What are the things we're trying to accomplish in these early drafts? We're trying to get CLV value, trying to target these risers who are going to be a lot more expensive later in the draft season and essentially build teams you won't be able to build in July and August. That's how we compete against the August drafters who are going to have so much more information than us. And then on the flip side, the biggest objective we have is to not fall on landmines in zeros. There are going to be some we cannot control. Injuries will happen, etc. But there is stuff we can control, like not taking fringe RB2, RB3s. The difference between an RB2 and an RB3 is massive as far as what we're going to be able to get. And I actually had a conversation with this about this with Sacrilegious on Saturday, and how even the guy who's scoring 4 to 5 points as an RB2 is worth so much more than the RB3 or true handcuff who's scoring, a 0. That standalone value is really important just with the way best ball scoring manifests. So that's the thing here where it's like we all want to click the sexy rookies, or not even sexy, but at least they're mystery boxes. But do we stay focused and try not to torch our entries here? That said, I am on the clock. I don't see anything at quarterback right now. Running back. One guy that I thought was a pretty decent winner as far as not getting anything added was Ray Davis. I'm trying to think if there's anything else back here that really speaks to me. I'm going to take Ray Davis as my RB6 here. I just like this quarterback landscape is just so gross. And it feels just very similar to the big board stuff where, yes, later in the year, I think we'll get more and more information and we might be able to start, playing a Cleveland quarterback. But I think on this build, I think I just stay at 2 quarterbacks. I mean, who am I taking here? You're taking Tua and Penix in a straight camp battle. What are we? We're flipping coins for a dead roster spot. That doesn't feel good. Same with Shadarian and Watson. I don't know. Can someone talk me into a specific third quarterback here? Are there any other picks way back here that I should be interested in? Most of the risers have already gone. Which of these wide receivers do we want? I think we could justify a third tight end here. Could maybe do like a Barner. Is Barner already gone? Yeah, Barner's gone, so forget that. We could keep doing the Tyreek Hill thing. Man, one draft in and I'm already just like paralyzed with not loving this. Is the ETR still super aggressive on Tyreek? I'm excited to talk to Adam about that one because they've been way ahead of market on him. They have him at 175 and I just took him at 197. But I do think with this if I go 2-6-7-2, I could certainly justify a third tight end here. We have one more pick, so it's either going to be a third tight end, but with Loveland and Sadiq, I probably don't need it. It's probably just taking a rookie wide receiver here. I mean, you could stack up Torrey Horton, but like if we're actually going to try to get a little CLV, I mean, I could see Ted Hurst move up. Stribling could move up. Nothing says best ball like getting excited to draft than hating drafting. I'm not hating drafting. I'm just maybe it's just me. Maybe I need to be more creative. I need to be more inspired. This draft absolutely ripped though, right? I mean, what did we start? We started at 10:05. So we're 35 minutes in. We're going to finish this one under 40. Everyone ready to rip here. We did see kind of the rookies finally start to come off the board here. I was going to take Stribling, and I probably should have just taken Stribling first. Surratt goes. then Brazel, and then Stribling all in round 17. Antonio Williams comes off the board and Chris Bell. I mean, I do think that's right. I mean, these are the 17th, 18th round flyers. You're probably not going to get great CLV on all of them, or on any of them, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad pick right now. What do we think about Ted Hurst here? What round was he drafted in again? 3rd round. That seems fine, right? Ted Hurst would prefer some of those other names, Antonio Williams, whatever, but let's do our 3rd rookie wide receiver. See, I went into this draft saying that I was not going to be fooled by all of these rookies, that this being a poor rookie class was going to prevent me from clicking too many of them. And then I walk away with, what did I end up with? Four rookies. Sadiq at tight end, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, and Ted Hurst. All right. Let's see how we did here. 18 rounds in the books. Our first Best Ball Mania draft. Caleb Williams and Sam Darnold at quarterback. Chase Brown, David Montgomery, Rico Dowdle, Jonathan Brooks, Brian Robinson, and Ray Davis at running back. I could not be more ambivalent about that running back room. There is not a single name there that makes me feel anything. Maybe Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks makes me feel something because it feels risky. It feels, I mean, at 149, I don't think it's actually risky, but there's something about Jonathan Brooks that feels dangerous. All of these other picks are the most vanilla ass picks you could possibly make. But I think if we've learned anything from the winners of BBM, from what has worked in best ball, that sometimes vanilla is the best flavor. The wide receiver room, this is more exciting to me. JSN, George Pickens, Michael Wilson, Ricky Pearsall, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Tyreek Hill, Ted Hurst. Like, that wide receiver room can fuck. Just a smidge. And then tight ends, Loveland and Sadiq. That's sexy as hell. That's slap approved pure sexiness there. What do we think? First draft, I'm going to pour some coffee. What are the reviews? Other than apparently everyone hating Browns and Jets. What does this mean, Steven? I feel a lot of crying coming this best ball summer by the touts. I mean, there's always a lot of crying and whining. But what specifically about this summer is going to encourage more crying? Let's look at some of these teams. Let's do a price check on some of these guys. Obviously, the chips were flying fast and furious. Also, I need to name this team. I got lazy naming my pre-draft teams, and there's just no way I'm going back and naming all of these. But I must remember, draft by draft, day by day, brick by brick, to label these. 427, BBB solo, 2682, Cleveland. All right, that team's named. But yeah, let's look at the board here. So for people looking for rookie watch, Jeremiyah Love goes at 27. I don't think Jeremiyah Love is going to stay in the 3rd round for much longer. I think he is going to slowly creep his way up and be a fixture of the mid to late 2nd round. Igbuka still goes at 39 in this draft. We were talking about him potentially being a big faller. Scatabo, who I think we should continue to have more and more confidence in based on what the Giants did or didn't do in the draft. I mean, Scatabo at 59 looks good to me. This string of picks here, Tyson 67, Tate 65, Lemon 66, Tyson 67. I'll just say this right now, like Lemon going ahead of Tyson is crazy. That's crazy to me. I know we like Lemon, but there ended up being a draft in that, or a gap in that draft capital that I think we weren't expecting. Like, I think we all expected Lemon to be a little closer to Tate and Tyson than he was to Casey Concepcion. I know it's a decent spot with the Eagles, but I think you have to take Tyson over Lemon. I don't know if that's a controversial opinion. Yeah, ETR nuked Lemon from 74 to 112, and Tyson actually inched up from 71 to 68. You just, even if you disagree, even if you think Lemon is the better pick, you have to play the ADP game. If you want to load up on Lemon, wait on Lemon. Wait on Lemon, because ETR in the market will do their thing and Lemon will slowly drop. It might take a little while, but I promise you, based on this ranking, you will be able to get cheaper Lemon at varying points this summer. Yeah, this is why I was kind of showing frustration, as Ryan says here. The biggest thing that stood out to me is the QB run from ADP 120 to 150 in the big board was quite literally the exact same here. That was kind of my concern. I was hoping there were enough catalysts to take the pressure off of the QB thirst. But I think I have to reframe that opinion or whatever. And I think it's not going to come until we get clarity on some of these back end quarterback situations. Because I think if you told the room, you know who the Atlanta quarterback is for the whole year, you know who the Cleveland quarterback is for the whole year, you know who the Pittsburgh quarterback is for the full year, I think that would give drafters the safety net of, oh, this guy is here for me. I don't need to panic click this quarterback right here. Like, even when I took Sam Darnold, like, you used to get the pocket passers that you have stacked up at a discount because you were the only one in contention for them. And you would sit on it. You'd be like, I'll push Darnold. Like, no one's going to take this boring quarterback unstacked or whatever. But in this landscape, that's just not the case. And it seems like we are going to have very similar pre-draft quarterback thirst meta spill over into early BBM season. You think in previous years, you know, we would have guys like Daniel Jones chilling out late in drafts. You had like rookie Bo Nix and in those years who were just kind of free in drafts. And it was like, I don't know if they're good. I don't know if it's going to pan out, but I at least feel good that they're going to play 17 games and I'm not going to take a 0 here. I mean, that is gone by like the end of the 14th round. I mean, you see here we have Brissett come off, Geno come off at 160, and then you're right into Mendoza territory, who's not going to start week 1. Who the fuck knows what Aaron Rodgers is doing? And not a single quarterback was taken after Aaron Rodgers. That pre-draft quarterback meta has just carried right on through, even with 2 less draft rounds. That's crazy. Looks like everybody's giving me like a C draft. Benjamin says Devontae Smith over AJ Brown is crazy. Well, I don't think it's okay. I'm going to agree and I'm going to disagree. I think it's crazy in that I think you can play a game of chicken with Devontae Smith ADP a little bit right now. Let me go in here and see what's his current ADP. So he has an ADP of 26, and this drafter took him at 23. You know, part of me is like, just be a little patient, enjoy your 3rd round Devontae until the trade happens, and then the market will double count it twice, and then you can pay full price for him. But I don't think it's crazy to view Devontae Smith alpha target leader with Jalen Hurts, similar to you view AJ Brown alpha target leader with Drake May. I don't think that's crazy. I think they should be valued pretty similarly. I do think it's a little crazy in that I just, you know, play the ADP game. You're going to be able to draft Devontae Smith at this price all summer long. So try to get a little cheap Devontae Smith for now. But I guess the one thing that changed is these new ADPs, they set Devontae Smith at 26. I mean, all big board, he was going mid 4th. So there were clearly some manual adjustments that happened to opening ADP and ranks. It wasn't just a direct copy paste from what big board ADP closed at, which is kind of disappointing because we would have been able to get some late third round Devontae Smith. But now that he's at 26, the floodgates are open. Jadarian Price, fair? Yes, absolutely. We talked about that. He should be, if you're going to circle one player today to target ahead of ADP, it should be Jadarian Price. We know what the market does with these rookie running backs. We did it last year with with RJ Harvey. We did it with Trevion Henderson. These guys are a rocket ship to mid-round 4 during this opening month. They'll pull back a little bit. We'll start to get the training camp reports. Jadarian Price is playing behind George Holani. He's playing behind George Holani in a room will panic and he'll slip around. But macro, Jadarian Price is going to settle at the 4-5 turn. Like, I think that's where Jadarian Price is going to settle. So any kind of CLV you can get on that. And again, it's a game of chicken. You don't want to take him at pick 51 because you know he's going to end up at pick 48. Then you're just ruining it for all of us early thirsty drafters. But you get Jadarian Price at 70. I think that's pretty good. You're going to get 20 picks of closing line value there. Catching up on the chat here. Yeah, this is a good point as well. Easy mentions that the QB thirst might die down a bit when buy certainty comes. That's certainly an element of it as well. God forbid, can you imagine? Oh my God, I would not be able to live with myself if in 2 weeks when the schedule is announced and I come back and I look at this team and Sam Darnold and Caleb Williams have the same bye week. I don't know if I would have the will to live anymore. I got to get a third. See, it seems like, it seems like the chat is with me that Smitty over AJ Brown isn't crazy. I just wish we had a couple more weeks, or I guess until June 1st, right? Because let's all be clear about something. The market never fully prices it in. I promise you, June 1st, let's say the trade goes down. AJ Brown to the New England Patriots. Deanna Rossini breaks the news on Barstool Sports. AJ Brown is a New England Patriot. I almost said OnlyFans, but that felt too far. Breaks the news. Someone will take Devontae Smith at pick 15. Like they just will. We will all say, hey, Devontae Smith right now is priced as if AJ Brown is gone. We all agree, right? We all agree. June 1st, AJ Brown traded. I got to take Devontae Smith at pick 14. Every fucking time. Exactly. Both AJB and Devontae both rise on the trade news. Absolutely. All right, let's look at some of these other picks that we wanted to see might be interesting. Tony Pollard goes at 94. I mean, fucking Crutch has had a good draft. He was sniping all of these guys who are going to move up bigly. I mean, Tony Pollard, what was the ETR rank on it? Tony Pollard, they have at 65. He got him at 94. Again, the CLV will come slowly, but Tony Pollard's going to rise. He's going to rise a couple of rounds. Bill went at 106. I love that. Like, you think of the roundabout way, the scenic route we took to get Bill back to the exact same ADP as he closed out last year is just absolutely hilarious. Like, even not just ADP, but if you just charted sentiment on Bill starting, from last year when he entered the league to the pre-draft meteoric rise after they traded Brian Robinson to colossal disappointment in season, the Chris Rodriguez era, Bill flashing a little bit at the end of the season. Then all of us being like, oh, the Commanders, they're drafting a running back. They're going to do something. They're going to do something. Basically doing nothing. And now we're all the way back to Bill at 106, which was his price at the very end of drafting season when everyone was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This Bill Steve has gotten out of fucking hand. And here we are again. When it comes to Bill, drafting truly is a flat circle. Tyler Shuck goes at 113. Wow. Wow. Those are the kind of, I'm not even saying that's wrong. I mean, he's got Jordan Tyson. He was very solid last year. But that archetype, average ass pocket passer, it never used to be this expensive. Like, remember even the Tua stuff when he had Waddle and Tyreek? There would be drafts where if you drafted Reek and Waddle, this was like 2 years ago, I'm thinking, Tua could fall like 40 picks past ADP. Like, I remember having teams where Tua had a 120 ADP and you would get him at 150, 160 because everyone's like, I'm not touching these statue pocket passers if I don't have one, if not both of their primary pass catchers. And this dude just comes in here, Nick Clift, and just rips in Shuck unstacked at 114. Or 113. If you want to know anything about the QB landscape we live in, it's ripping it in on the Shuck Demon unstacked at pick 113. You guys has a little legs to him. Every quarterback that's not fucking Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers has a little legs to him. I'm talking true Konami code stuff. If we're talking about the Kyler Murrays, the Drake Mays, the Lawrences, the Darts, do not put Shuck in that category as a rusher. You know what I mean. Look, I'm not going to rain on your Shuck parade. All I'm saying is that the times are a-changing, and back in my day, Tyler Ash Shuck wasn't going 113 unstacked. That's all I'm saying. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just a historical messenger. Where's Purdy going? He went right here at pick 90. You guys love GOAT. You guys love Shuck. Holy cow. I might just have to make my entire best ball personality the anti-Shuck guy. Not because I don't like him, just because I am floored by how much everyone else likes him. I think it's just because Shuck is kind of like, he's the anomaly, right? You think about like what's going to happen with Ty Simpson. You know, these quarterbacks who aren't super hyped up during the draft process, they're kind of the underdog story. No one really thinks they're going to be successful for real life, much less fantasy. And then they hit, and we're just so proud. We're just so excited. But man, you guys love Tyler Shuck. I might end up with zero Tyler Shuck if everyone loves him this much. If people are just raw dogging Tyler Shuck at 113, it might be no Tyler Shuck for me. Anyways, let's move on. Chris Rodriguez goes at 109. Charbonnet at 129. Do not click Zach Charbonnet today. Just remove him from your draft pool and circle back in a month. The Minnesota running backs went back to back. Jordan Mason at 127. Aaron Jones at 128. We still have a bunch of these free agent wide receivers. Stephon Diggs goes at 142. Juwan Jennings goes at 168. But this was kind of the pocket that I was kind of talking about with Sacrilegious on Saturday, where this round 11 through round 15 range used to be where we would have a ton of those rookie running backs. I guess some of these guys are still going there, but I don't think they should, and I don't think they're going to last. Like Mike Washington just isn't a 150 pick. Jonah Coleman isn't a 151. Katron Allen isn't a 161. I think this is still lingering pre-draft enthusiasm. And it's always tough to say that the rookie enthusiasm isn't going to win the battle on underdog, because it often does. But I do really think with projections, with the uncertainty of these backfields, with the lack of draft capital, that these guys are going to slowly fall down. And it's not to say you can't be excited. I think any of these guys, a Raheem Mostert injury, a J.K. Dobbins injury, a Tony Pollard injury, like, sure, you can see the contingent upside. The problem is none of these guys are even a stone cold lock to be the RB2. And I think that's where you get yourself into trouble at pick 151. Like, drafting a potential RB3 at 151 strikes me as pretty scary. We should have Adam Levitan swinging by here in a second. We'll be drafting another team with him. If you guys missed the full schedule, this will be the schedule for the summer. 10 a.m. solo draft. We will then have Adam Levitan at 11 a.m. Eastern. And then we will have Sam Sherman at noon. Dude's literally taking a lunch break from his corporate job. Can you believe that? And then Pat Kerrane at 1 p.m. We have 724 people watching live. Appreciate all of you. If you guys have not hit subscribe, please do so. This show is going to be here every Monday morning. We're also going to have our shows throughout the week on Tuesdays with Often on the Clock. I'll be drafting with the Badge Bros. We'll probably be focusing on the side contests for those Tuesday shows. So I bet tomorrow, either Eliminator, weekly winners, I'll talk with those guys. Thursdays will be the Bash, where you guys get to draft on stream with me. But without further ado, our new Monday edition, filling in the gigantic shoes left by one Mr. Michael Leone. It's none other than, I can't call him the Cash Game King. I'm the Cash Game. He's the Cash Game Prince, the maven of Market Monday. He is a man who is willing to grind his dick down to a nub for the smallest of edges. Adam Levitan, welcome to Best Ball Breakfast.
Oh, it's an honor to be here, brother. I think that this is going to be the year I win 2 million, not you. I win 2 million. Enough is enough. It's time.
That's the thing. Like, when I asked you to do this, I thought, maybe he'd say yes, like help promote ETR, promote the solver, your best ball stuff. But then I realized that wasn't the reason. You just wanted some of the overzet pixie dust of everyone I stream with who goes on to bank 2 million. And then I realized that's how I got him.
I know. Well, we have everything now. I mean, Kerrane at one time worked with us at ETR. Sam Sherman at one time worked with us at ETR. Herzig worked with us and currently works with us at ETR. And then you combine that with doing shows with Overzet. How could I possibly not win?
You're right. It's like the Voltron all coming together. I mean, you've your credentials though, and BBM, you've won some small field stuff on DraftKings, right? Didn't you have a big hit 2 years ago?
Yeah, I won the 333 on DraftKings maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And yeah, I've had a couple other good finishes. I've been trying to win the 555 really badly and haven't done it. So that's been a bit expensive, but yeah, it's good. And
other than me, forcing you onto this show on April 27th, would you otherwise, like, if you didn't have this show today, would you otherwise draft a team? Would you be ready to rock, or are you like, let's chill out a little bit?
So I think like Best Ball has gotten so big. We've been working on the rankings like pretty steadily for the last week or so. So I feel like I'm more in tune now than I was previously. It was like, oh my God, only virgins, stone cold virgins are drafting on April 27th. We don't have to sweat it too hard. But these days, everybody is. So we're ready. And I feel much more ready now to start drafting. I think like if we were talking about strategy of when I would draft, I don't know what you think. I definitely think like barbell, in other words, right now is when you get the best ADP values. People are using horrific rankings in ADP. So now is a really good time to draft. And then also closer to the season, which if you read the manifesto, you know, Leone basically found that mid-August into September is like probably the best time to draft, or early August also I would include in there too. But yeah.
Yeah. And it's, you know, obviously anyone today, we're all excited to pile in. I think most people today are trying to get CLV, you know, that's kind of the goal. And I was talking about the two elements that you're trying to balance. We want to get that CLV. We also don't want to just fall on landmines where we look back and it's like, great, you got 20 picks of CLV on KC Concepcion, but you have 4 zeros at the back end of your roster, which is a real risk right now.
Yes, it's a big risk. And like, I've been pretty conservative this time of year. The one that burned me last year was I took a lot of Anthony Richardson as my third quarterback. And yeah, that just hurt a lot. I mean, taking zeros, especially at quarterback, is really tough.
Yeah. And I did just get, and I don't know if this is the public one. I did get the 80 or sorry, your guys' updated rankings. Is that now live on the site for people?
Oh yeah. Yep. We're good.
Okay. All right. So we're good there. And then I had looked at, and we were talking about this before, I was just looking at your guys' biggest discrepancies relative to ADP. And then obviously looking at the rookies, you know, Jadarian Price, of course, is the one that everybody should kind of be targeting today, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you feel about the spot. You know, so much is going to come down to when does Zach Charbonnet return. We were kind of going back and forth with exactly how to play that. But yeah, I would say, especially on more touchdown heavy formats, I feel pretty good about Jadarian Price there. And that's the thing, like, you know, I know we're gonna be doing underdog drafts here, but when you're playing multiple sites, you know, there's certain guys I have more of on one site than another based on format or ADP, scoring system, etc.
The other dynamic that I was kind of lamenting, and I don't know how many pre-draft contests you did, but there was just so much pressure at the quarterback position, flying off the shelves. And it's basically an exact replica in these 18-round drafts. I was hoping it would be alleviated a little bit, but I was kind of talking it through. You know, people mentioned the bye week dynamic, people still afraid to fall on 2 bye weeks, so they want 3 quarterbacks. And then you have a lot of these platoons at the end, the Cleveland situation, the Atlanta situation. How have you been thinking about kind of how much you need to prioritize quarterback early?
Yeah, so I've like always been trying to take 3 quarterbacks, period, not for the regular season. Like I think it's kind of playing scared mentality to be like, I need 3 quarterbacks because someone might get hurt during the regular season. More to me, the main reason to have 3 quarterbacks on best ball team is for the playoffs. Like you want an opportunity for 3 different stacks to go off in 3 different weeks. Like let's say I have a Dak CD stack and it totally bombs in week 15. You're going to be, if you can advance with another stack, getting a low-owned Dak CD through to week 16 is obviously huge, and you can make that case in week 17 too. So I think having 3 quarterbacks is really important for the playoffs. I think people are starting to come around to that. The dynamic in the pre-draft stuff, and I didn't do a lot of pre-draft stuff, but the dynamic in the pre-draft stuff was, I don't know what you thought. I thought the elite quarterbacks were going way too close to the pocket passers. In other words, like Drake May and Jaden Daniels and these guys were like going way too close to some of these pocket sloths, like, I don't know, Mahomes or Stafford or Goff or whatever. Whereas in the past, like you had to pay way more for those elite quarterbacks. So the dynamic that I thought was right pre-draft was like Lamar, Jaden, Hurts in like round 5, 6, 7, and Drake May. Like that seemed like a smash to me. If you're going to tell me that Dak and Stafford and these other guys are going in round 9 or 8, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you kind of see it here. This is my first draft board that I just did. And like, you know, Jaden Daniels at 62 and then Stafford at 88. Like the gap between those two used to be way, way bigger.
Way bigger. I mean, and I think it will be. And I think that's an early ADP thing. I think people are going to get on that. Yeah, I need to double check on our ranks, but I believe we have the elite guys a little bit higher at least. Let me check. Yeah, we have Jaden 49, Lamar 48, and then when you get back to Stafford 97, Dak 101, Mahomes 110 for us.
Yeah. Also, the chat is not going to let you off the hook for calling Mahomes a pocket sloth. They are not going to take kindly to that.
Yeah, that was bad because he was running so much last year. I was thinking about it because we were just working on his rushing stuff and coming off of the ACL, we're going to have his rushing docked from last year. I mean, he ran so much last year, and then coming off the ACL, we're going to have it docked.
Well, it's funny you say that too. Yeah. Cause you mentioned you were talking about it. Dankenberg had from ETR had a tweet about this, which is kind of an interesting combo. I think an underrated aspect of Mahomes' fantasy value coming off his torn ACL. 2025, he had an 8.9% scramble rate, his career at 6.6, and he posted career highs in rushing yards and TDs. But 8.9% is the Lamar Jackson Dart territory. It's going to come down, but how much? That's the question.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to come down significantly.
Yep. All right. This show is for drafting, and that is what we are going to do. We are jumping in our first Best Ball Mania draft together of the season.
What are the rules here? Do I get paid if we win or what? I mean, let's get real here.
This is what's going to happen is we're going to draft however many over the course of the summer. Anything that any money we make, we split. If it makes the finals, I'm not going to Venmo you $32 for a week 13 advance or whatever. But this is what actually happens from my experience is it'll be the draft you do on your own without me is the one you win. And I actually never get any of the big Best Ball Mania wins. That's how it actually works.
Okay, perfect. No problem.
Yeah, it's great for you. So yeah, no, we are now business partners here, and we have the 1-2, which pretty easy spot to be in here off the rip, right?
Where are we? Oh, we are 1.02. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I will say we were working on like some of the math stuff, and our math stuff did have Puka ahead of Bijan just from like a straight projection standpoint. But I think structurally, and we got Bijan ahead of Puka in the ranks just structurally, I think it's right to take Bijan. And one reason is, it's going to be a thinner board this year, I think, at the wide receiver position through the middle rounds. But late, I actually like the wide receivers late better than the running backs late, and we can get to that. Also, which is typically not the case. Typically, I'm taking like so many of the contingent running backs and upside running backs late. This year, at least for now, I like a lot more of those, around 14, 15, 16 wide receivers better than running back.
Yeah, I think that's, all the builds that I did pre-draft where you got those running backs early, stuff comes together so much nicer. And I was hoping from the NFL draft, let's get these rookie running backs, get some clean RB2 spots, some nice landing spots. They push up, everything gets balanced out. And then it didn't happen. And you get to 100, 110 in these drafts. And you're like, I hate every running back selection.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And that's like different. And also, it pushes up guys I don't really like that much either. I mean, you'll see in the ranks, there's some running backs that like, I really am a little bit queasy about we have so high, like Corum comes to mind. It's just hard not to when it's so thin when it gets back there.
How do you think about, the word I keep using is kind of playing chicken with the current ADPs, which we can say they're stale or inefficient because they just opened versus your guys' ranks and knowing you can get value, but you don't want to just take the player at the rank because then you're going to be able to get them there for most of the summer. So how aggressive would you want to be on some of these mispriced guys?
Yeah, good question. I think knowing your room, right? Like these people know you. Some of them are probably using ETR ranks. I know the upload is having some issues right now, guys. We're working on it, but yeah, I think like if I think that people aren't looking at ETR ranks, then obviously I'm willing to push it as far as possible. But yeah, I mean, the way to make super teams is to try to push it. I know you've talked about that with the stacking of the quarterback and stuff. Like the further you can push it, the more likely you are to have a super team. And I think it's worth that gamble, especially in the lotto type stuff. Yeah.
And I think, it's kind of a blessing and a curse in that it really is going to depend on the room you get in. Like our guy Crutches was in my first room and he was picking off Price and Pollard and all of these guys. And if you have a sniper, it's going to be hard to pull that off. But I bet as the day progresses, we're still going to have some time before these ADPs update. So if you're in the right room, if you're a little patient, I think you're going to be able to get some value. But if you're drafting right now, the contest has been open for 75 minutes. It's going to be tough.
What else is going on? Are you going to be famous on YouTube again this year? Like going to like actually be on NFL broadcasts again or what?
Maybe TBD, but potentially. Yeah.
That's amazing. Did that guy like watch Best Ball Breakfast and was like, "Hey, you're so good on Best Ball Breakfast. Let me get you onto YouTube NFL." Or did he see a man's clip and was like, I need this guy on my NFL broadcast?
Well, it's funny you say that because I just did an interview with that guy, Alex Piper. I interviewed him on for the show I'm doing, So You Think You Can Tout, because he literally worked on some of these reality TV shows. And he literally referenced watching a lot of these shows. He actually referenced listening to you and Evan and made a comment about you guys being an unlikely pairing, that it ends up being something that you want to listen to. Like, he's like, I don't see you guys naturally coming together and be like, let's do a podcast, but because of the circumstances of ETR, and then it grows into something where it's like, we want to listen to that dynamic.
Yeah. After we make our pick, I'll talk more about that.
Yeah, we're about to pick here at the end of the second round. We start with Bijan. Let me go to the ADP here, and we got rank. Derrick Henry falling, he goes. So now we're looking, you guys are aggressive on Kyren. By ADP, Bowers, Pickens, Nico, Devontae, Jacobs. By rank, Bowers, Nico, Kyren, Love.
Yeah, it would be Bowers for me. I think Bowers and McBride are actually going to get tighter as the season goes along. I couldn't really imagine a better run out for Bowers with Kubiak coming on. They get the upgrade with Mendoza, and also just like the PCL and bone bruise was so bad for Bowers last year. So yeah, I like that.
Where do you think Jeremiyah Love settles?
I think that he will end up. Well, it's our pick right here, but
yeah, it is. So by rank, it's Kyren, Nico, Love. By ADP, Nico, Devontae, AJ Brown.
Yeah, if you wanted to go Jeremiyah Love here, I'd be okay with that, or Nico. Either one of those. I'll talk about the Kyren thing in a second.
Yeah, let's do Love. I do think he's going to be like a mid-second round pick for most of the summer, so might as well get some third round now.
Yeah, so the Kyren Corum stuff is like hard for us right now. I know it feels like we're really high on them. It's just hard not to get high on those guys, but I'm like more queasy myself than the math would be. We saw Corum play a ton down the stretch. Kyren's never been like the efficiency guy. And so when he starts losing volume, I start to get worried because he's not that efficient. He relies so much on touchdowns, but we expect the team to be so good that we have them scoring a ton of touchdowns. So like that dynamic makes it hard. I think if you're reaching on ceiling, there's no doubt that Love is better. And like on these lotto style stuff, I think you're going to get Love going ahead of. I know we have it different right now, but I do think that on ADP, your Jeremiyah Love is going to end up going ahead of Kyren Williams and maybe ahead of Chase Brown also before it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, it's like one of those things where I kind of like that it's not quite as clean for Love, because there are scenarios where we would have been paying like 1.7 for him, like the Genty thing. And that's where you still get, that makes me nervous. I feel like you have a little bit of moat for slower start in round 3.
100%. From a projection standpoint, like we actually had to juice Love to get him where we were, because we're giving a lot to McBride. We're giving a decent amount to Algier. We're obviously giving a lot to Wilson and Harrison also. And then also we think that Carson Beck's going to make starts this year, maybe a lot of starts this year. And I think that'd be worse for them than Jacoby Brissett. So yeah, it's hard to get there on a projection standpoint from Jeremiyah Love to get him that much higher than where we have him. But yeah, people are going to reach for it because they're just excited,
Yeah, and what is it? Because, the Cardinals should be a team that's rebuilding, and yet they kind of middle it with all their moves, right? It's like we're Brissett, but then we'll draft Beck. And it's like, obviously taking Jeremiyah Love for a team that's rebuilding is just awful. So it's like I can't get a read on what their true intentions are. Because if they start the season decent, I mean, they're going to play to win.
Oh, yeah. I think everybody thinks it's just the owner got involved. The owner was like, I want Jeremiyah Love, and that's it. Like, I don't know. That seems like what happened.
You were going to mention something about Kyren in that ranking.
Yeah, I did. I mentioned the Kyren thing. I was just gonna say about the Silva thing. The first time I met Silva in person, we were meeting in Vegas for like a conference, one of those FSGA conferences. And I walk into the hotel we're staying at, and in the lobby, there's a stage, and Silva is on the stage. There's like a band. He's on the stage dancing with like two girls, drinks in each hand. And I was like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing ever. And I would never do this in my entire life. So when people say it's like a buddy cop thing, like I totally get it. If you saw it in real life, you would agree. It's even the disparity is even wilder in real life.
I have a few different Silva stories, but the one that always comes to mind for me, I was on the Cape with him in Thorman, and I had forgot my ID at the hotel or whatever, and we're out, and I'm like, I got to go back and whatever, and Silva's like, I got you. And he just goes up to the bouncer, and I just see them having like this back and forth. And then Silva waves me over there, and the bouncer just like, I don't need my ID, because whatever Silva said to him, just towering over this bouncer. I was like, all right, thanks, bud. All right.
I knew we could have gotten Colson Loveland here. I would have said we should have passed on Bowers, but yeah.
And I think I took Colson Loveland in my first draft at the end of round 4, so I think he's going to chill out there, but we'll see. By ranking, you guys like Adams, Swift, and McLaurin by ADP, Waddle, Moore, McLaurin. How do you want to play this?
Yeah, I actually like McLaurin. I know they're probably going to get Brandon Ayuk, but the target competition is so weak, and there's like, I was a little scared by the way Jaden Daniels played last year, but he was so good as a rookie. So yeah, I like McLaurin, but I would have preferred Loveland, Pickens over Bowers, McLaurin.
Yeah, those 2v2s I think become more clear once we get more drafts under our belt. We're on the clock here again. Adams, Swift, do you want to pull the trigger on one of those?
Devontae Adams, yeah. I think in these touchdown heavy formats like underdog in the playoffs, who can actually get me 2 or 3 touchdowns? I mean, Devontae Adams for sure.
And there was also it was kind of interesting because in the pre-draft process, a ton of mocks had them taking a wide receiver there. Like Lemon was popular. And then it's like, does this Adams thing start to not feel as good? But they spent their luxury picks at other positions.
Yeah. I mean, behind Devontae Adams is like Jordan Whittington and like total dust balls. They even got rid of Tutu Atwell. So I understand Adams I thought he was like running out of gas late last year, but he's still going to be a really big threat at the goal line.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thesis. Like you said, it's like, I don't even think he had that great of a year last year, but if you're a goal line back that's available as a wide receiver in the 5th round, that becomes pretty interesting.
Yeah. I do think people are going to get excited about Christian Watson there. Like I could see him going higher before it's said and done, even though I think we have him around pick 60 or so, but yeah, people are going to get excited about condensed target shares for the Packers. And we can talk about, like, Matthew Golden was on my list as like one of the later round or late round wide receivers that I think is a good pick right now. And like, I think there's a lot of those kind of guys through there. Packers are going to feel it for sure.
I feel like over the years, how year 2 wide receivers specifically have been treated has been interesting. I think we used to be a lot more forgiving for a down year and just be like, hey, year 2 is when you see a lot of these guys take a leap. And now, whether I think smartly, like if you're not earning targets and stuff early on, that's pretty concerning. But we might even be over scrutinizing some of these guys and penalizing them, because you used to have to pay a premium almost no matter what you did in year 1.
I think also the Packers are like a unique case where they have a long history of not wanting to overextend their rookies. It was still concerning to me that Golden didn't really earn targets when he was on the field at a high rate, but you're not paying for it. Like you said, I mean, I don't know what ADP is, but we started with him, in the 120s or so. I'm like, I think we should get him higher, but and one of the reasons I think we should get him higher is I don't think the Packers are going to add any of these dusty veteran wide receivers. That's not really their style. And B, like when they've been healthy, Jordan Love has thrown and been so good on a per dropback basis. Just get him more dropbacks. And I think if they can sustain health, they will get more dropbacks. And Josh Jacobs, kind of falling out of his prime or getting towards the end of it, I think is important too.
Ty in the chat asking about Debo. I feel like we have a lot of these free agent guys, Juwan Jennings, Diggs, obviously. I know you guys often will like leave space available on teams. Do you have any tea leaves on how you're playing these guys?
Yeah. We have unlisted target target shares for teams that we think could add guys. And then we try to make some guess on guys like Diggs and Debo, what their production would be so we can get them into a draftable range. The Debo one scares me. Like, I think Debo is maybe toast. I do think that, like, Juwan Jennings is asking for too much money. He'll end up getting a deal somewhere once he lowers his price. Diggs too.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't feel great about like landing spots for them. I do not think Keenan Allen's going back to the Chargers, but I think is an important one for Lad.
Yep. All right, we are about to pick at 71. We got Bijan Robinson, Jeremiyah Love at running back, McLaurin and Adams at wide receiver, Bowers here. The rank, this is the kind of the sweet spot if you want to pull the trigger on Price at 71.
Yes, that's so far past our rank. I would do it.
Yeah, this is exactly where he went in my first draft this morning that I thought was the sweet spot as well. So look at this, Adam, having a little fun with the rookies. Jeremiyah Love and Jadarian Price on this first team.
Double Notre Dame team. Yeah, I would have liked to get Jaden Daniels there, but he went, obviously.
Yeah, Jaden with McLaurin would have been good. We're about to pick at 74 by ranks. You guys definitely have Metcalf here as the top guy, followed by Alec Pierce and a few of these running backs.
Yeah, I would take Metcalf just based on the way this has gone. I do think that the Metcalf versus Pittman discussion is an interesting one. There's some guys on our team that think we should have Metcalf and Pittman a little bit tighter. I'm going to think about that more. And also, we don't have quarterback clarity. Like, we are assuming that Aaron Rodgers is going to be the quarterback for Pittsburgh. If that does not turn out to be the case, we'll probably have a lower rank on these guys. So there's a little bit of risk on DK Metcalf, but I think the way our team went, Metcalf was the pick. Yeah,
because it's one of those, I guess it's like the classic conversation of, okay, maybe less targets because Pittman earns targets, but does it result in a spike in efficiency if he's seeing less double coverage like he was all last year?
Yep, for sure.
And this is a fun build in that we have like a lot of the sexy guys in Love, Price, obviously Bowers, and then just kind of some boring veterans at wide receiver, McLaurin, Adams, and Metcalf for us here.
I mean, the wide receiver position it's so interesting, man. Like, I'm working on an article about what's been going on formation wise in the NFL over the last 2 to 3 years and the changes from how often teams are throwing with how many receivers on the field, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And it's just like, data is very clear. I mean, teams are throwing with 3 wide receivers on the field at a way less rate. And it seems like it's going to continue. I mean, look at what happened on day 2 of the draft. There were so many blocking tight ends that got drafted because all these teams are planning to have 2 wide receivers on the field. And obviously that's going to flow through to fantasy where there's just less wide receivers to choose from, period, if there's only going to be 2 on the field. And teams' throw rate is going down also on just a macro level. So yeah, it's really interesting. I need to like think through the macro more as we get along through the summer of how this is all going to play out with the way the NFL is changing.
Yeah. And like you were saying too, at the top, like there are solid wide receiver picks throughout the whole draft. And so it's one of those things where you actually want to be kind of choosy. And because it's almost like the position you want to keep in your back pocket when you don't like something else, because those 0 RB builds, as we've learned, are tough. It's like if you go 5 wide receivers early, like you might have a jacked up room, but then the values are still at wide receiver later in the draft and you can't spend any more capital there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think 0 RB is going to be, I think, tougher on advance rate this year would be my first instinct. I still think it can win, but like tougher on advance rate would be my first guess, just because it's going to be so hard to get the running back scores.
Oh, I realized too, you asked me the rules here. I did want to re-highlight again. We talked about it right when I hopped in. The structure is very similar to last year. There's the one tweak. So last year, I want to say it was 1 of 12, week 15, 1 of 16, week 16, and then like a 539 seat final. This year, it's a little harder in week 14, the week 15, the first round of playoffs, 1 of 14, easier in week 16, 1 of 12, and then a slightly bigger final up to 667. Otherwise, it's almost identical to last year.
And no regular season prizes, correct?
There are.
There are.
Yep. First place gets 100,000 regular season, and then top 10,000 each 4x their entry fee.
I like that. Yeah, I like that for sure. What do you think about regular season prizes?
I like it because I want to incentivize people. I want people building differently in these rooms. I want some people being like, I want to try to build the regular season monster. Some people optimize. If everyone is optimizing for the exact same thing, it makes it harder. So I'm like, yeah, give people these other prizes they can chase in different goals in these drafts.
Yeah.
All right. We are about to pick. We got our 3 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. We'll have to keep an eye on quarterback stuff. I mentioned the priciness of Stafford there in that first draft, but we're going to pick here at 8-11 and 9-2. The rankings like Rico a good bit. We do have Pittman if you go all in on the Steelers. ADP, it's Jacoby, Rico, Pearsall. We're on the clock.
Oh, Rico just went. I was going to say Rico.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go for the Aaron Rodgers double. It's risky, but Aaron Rodgers would be super cheap quarterback, and then we could go super cheap elsewhere at quarterback like Mendoza also. But got it.
Yeah. Do you think Rodgers that's inevitable for him to be the starter?
Well, I don't know. We're playing it as if it's inevitable, but I'm a little queasy about it.
Okay, we're on the clock, so we could reach and pull up Stafford to like get our first QB, or we could grab a second tight end, Laporta Pitts, a 4th running back, Corum. What do you think?
God, I guess given the way it's gone, we probably have to go Stafford. But I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Stafford's going way too close.
I know,
way too close to the Russian quarterbacks.
I completely agree, and but it's almost like that super flex dynamic where it's like you can not like the price on some of them, but your team might just be dead if you don't capitulate to the run.
I know. That's why I was hoping Jaden would get to us, but we weren't even close to Jaden getting to us, right? No, we weren't close. Yeah.
No, and like you can do some stuff. Nick said you could set up like Pearsall and then come back and grab Purdy if there's a quarterback that you like more there, but it's tricky.
But it's not even a guarantee that Purdy gets back to you, right? Or was he saying Purdy first and then Pearsall?
Yeah, I guess.
He was saying Pittman instead of Pittman Stafford. Got it. Yeah. That would have been interesting. Yeah, I would have been cool with that for sure.
But I think we know for a fact Stafford's not coming back to 119, and we start to be in really dicey territory with 0 quarterbacks at pick 119 there. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say like you could have a room of Stafford, Mendoza, and Rodgers. I mean, that would be super brutal. But yeah,
I'd be starting off the summer with a team no sex for sure, right there. Here's the team so far, though. We do have those 3 nice running backs at the top, Bijan and the Notre Dame crew, Jeremiyah Love and Price. We get Brock Bowers, so sitting pretty at tight end. And then we got these veteran wide receivers, McLaurin, Adams, Metcalf, and Pittman there. I think we've balanced the fun and eating our vegetables with some of these veteran wide receivers.
Yeah. There goes Golden, which, I mentioned him already. I thought was an interesting one. The other thing you can do when you get in trouble is just naked Malik Willis, right? Like if you get in trouble at quarterback, and there's back doors now. I think that Chris Bell and Caleb Douglas are both interesting back doors. So like you get in trouble at quarterback, naked Malik Willis, late round Chris Bell or Caleb Douglas or whatever. I think that's interesting.
I was actually going to ask you that even when we get there. It seems like we have now kind of a ton of these rookie wide receivers who are going to go around 17, 18. Obviously the Stribling, the Antonio Williams, you mentioned Bell. Do you have any favorites of those? Or I guess I want to kind of index on guys I don't think are going to be total zeros right now and even separate kind of the upside.
Yeah, I would say my favorite is probably Antonio Williams. I'm not sure exactly where he's going to go in these drafts. We have him, I think, like slightly ahead of AD Mitchell and like behind guys like Tesla and Naylor. If he stays around there, I think that's pretty good on Antonio Williams. Just like, and if Ayuk doesn't end up there, like I think Ayuk's going to end up there or Jawan Jennings, but if they don't, then you have a real smash.
How do you these guys that we all agree were just way overdrafted? We all learned some names, even Stribling, who was kind of on the radar, obviously went way higher. You mentioned the Caleb Douglas. Is it one of those things where we just kind of have to throw out our priors and be like, these teams clearly love these guys and now we need to treat them as such?
My gut, even though Antonio Williams went 2 rounds after Stribling, is to take Antonio Williams ahead of Stribling. I mean,
yeah,
it's so hard when these teams like reach for that. It typically does not work out, is the bottom line.
All right, we're about to pick here at 119. The ETR ranks see a lot of these tight ends as values in this pocket: Goddard, Kincaid, Kelce, Kittle, Andrews. We also have kind of another range of quarterbacks if we did want to do like the naked Malik Willis and then set us up for a Mendoza or Rodgers late.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I like Malik Willis here, given the way it's gone for us at quarterback. Or one of the tight ends.
Yeah, I think with how stacked the tight end board is, we probably lock up Willis first.
Yeah. And we don't even need to take tight end. Like, we have Bowers. Like, if Bowers isn't out there smashing, we're in big time trouble anyways.
Yeah. But also it's like, if we don't like any of these other picks, I guess by ADP, you got a few of the, some of these guys are just getting nuked. Like Sharbs is getting crazy nuked. Algiers getting nuked. So we could get a 4th running back here if you like a Gainwell or Rashad White, Chris Rodriguez, or we just grab a tight end we like.
God, I feel like we need more wide receiver help than running back, but C-Rod would probably be my favorite if we're talking about running backs.
Okay, let's just do Chris Rodriguez here and figure out wide receiver. You guys do have some, I didn't realize this ranking on Jeremy Bernard. Is that right? 128 for Jeremy?
So our take on Bernard is they're going to go back to 3 wide receiver sets as a primary under Mike McCarthy. Slot men under McCarthy have absolutely smashed. We could still be too high there on Jeremy Bernard. And we'll look at that. But yeah, I do think that he's going to play and play a lot. And like the history there has been really good for slot receivers under McCarthy. But yeah, I'll make a note. That does feel high. I'll make a note on that.
Yeah. And I was like, are we gonna triple stack Aaron Rodgers here? Just take the whole lot. Also, news from the chat is that the ranks are working now for ETR. If you guys are downloading that, and I believe the solver is not quite up and running, but should be soon.
Yeah, we just need a couple hours to get all the data and all the algos flowing through for the solver draft assistant. But yes, that will be live later today. And also we had combo stuff this year in solver. So in other words, if we take Chris Rodriguez, the assistant will show you what kind of combos you have. How often have you taken Rodriguez with Tootin, or how often have you taken Rodriguez with DK Metcalf, et cetera. And that's like, I've definitely not looked at that enough in the past. I don't know about you, but it's just when I get to the playoffs and I have like these really high advance rates and then I don't advance much out of round 1 or whatever, I look and it's like, oh, I had so many of the same combos. And I'm really going to try this year not to have so many of the same combos and be more diversified that way for the playoffs. Because last year, I really think I did. I think I drafted awesome and I still lost. It was just, I think my combos were so messed up. Like, just too concentrated.
It's one of the things I'm most excited about with the solver for season long, because I use that feature heavily for the battle royales. And the dynamic with the dailies there, it's like you're often sacrificing a lot of projections to mix up your combos. And so it becomes like a dicier conversation. But I think with the season-long volatility and how flat some of these tiers are, that it's a really, really big edge to be conscious of some of these round 1 and 2 pairings, 2 and 3, and it'll allow you to be a little bit more adventurous in a smart way. And that's going to be something I'm going to be using regularly. Should mention, you guys have been hearing me talk about it a little bit. You can get 20% off the solver with promo code Pete. There's 2 different price points depending on how many drafts you are going to be doing. But check that out. I'll obviously get it up on screen once it is live. But that combo tool is going to be really fun to look at as the portfolio starts growing.
Yeah. This is an interesting question from Chris about we're playing it right now as if we think Kirk Cousins is going to play like 3 to 4 games. We're stone cold guessing. I think we'll get more information as things go along here through the offseason. But yeah, I think 3 or 4 games, but is that really important for best ball? Like, does it really matter? Like, in other words, should our rank on Mendoza be lower if we think he's only going to play weeks 5 through 18? I don't think it matters that much, so yeah.
No. And I think it becomes fun for like the eliminator contest where you are just trying to get out of the gate, and like Kirk Cousins ends up being a very valuable, probably late round pick in that format. But for these, week 15 through 17 is all that matters. It's like, doesn't really move the needle at all.
Yeah.
I guess okay, we're on the clock. So our patience at tight end does look smart here in that Andrews, Sadiq are still here by rank. Of course, Jeremy. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I think Andrews is a really good pick, assuming they don't end up signing David Njoku. Given we have Bowers, I don't have to do it. But yeah, we can just be done now, assuming they don't end up with the same bye week, which we obviously don't know yet. But yeah, it's been an incredible offseason for Mark Andrews. They have like nothing behind Zay Flowers and Bateman, obviously. They got got 2 tight ends. They drafted 2, but I think they're counting on Andrews, at least for now. But yeah, we got to go wide receiver here, no?
Yeah, I think so. You got the Pittsburgh triple by ranks, Ridley, by ADP, the Boston. I took him in the first one. He's right here past ADP. Which of these wide receivers look interesting to you?
I think we have the veterans. I think we should take a swing on Boston. What do you think?
Yeah. So in the first draft, I got Casey Concepcion, who you guys are ahead of market on here early at a really nice value. I got Boston like 20 picks past ADP. I got Sadiq like 15 picks past ADP. And I'm like, we're going to have a real battle between the rankings and projections and people hating the Browns and the Jets this year. I already see that playing out.
Yeah. And with good reason. I mean, like some of that like small hit, big miss stuff, I know Gretsch talked about this last year. I ended up with almost 0 Garrett Wilson at his cost last year because like how often does Garrett Wilson with Justin Fields just go out and bury me? Like seems almost impossible. With Geno, I do think Geno can play better than he played last year. So I'm a little bit more worried about going for like a full Jets fade. But yeah, I mean, I get it. People should be worried. I mean, if they try to put Deshaun Watson out there, last time I saw Deshaun Watson play, I was like, what is wrong with this guy? I forget about all the off-field stuff. Deshaun Watson could not throw, like, ever. I don't think he cracked 200 yards in any of those games he played a couple years ago. So I hope they don't go with Deshaun Watson, I guess, is my main point.
You don't think that after Deshaun Watson gets some counseling with the same guy Vrabel's going to, that he could really just kind of turn his life around?
Who does marriage or sex counseling on a Saturday? I mean, he works Thursday, he works Friday, then he takes Saturday off.
Dude, what? I was talking to Lauren about this, and I was like, whoever his PR agent or whatever, his crisis management person, absolutely fucking botched this. Because what is the number one thing people say when drama comes up? They say, we don't want this to be a distraction from football. It's a distraction in the locker room. It was a fucking distraction from missing the NFL draft, one of the most important days in the calendar. That's all football people care about, is don't distract from the real football stuff. And they're trying to be like, oh, he's really serious about getting on the straight and narrow because he's going to counseling on Saturday.
This is like when David Duchovny went to like sex addiction therapy when he was doing Californication. It's just so performative. I mean, it's ridiculous, but there's no sex therapy going on a Saturday. This is so ridiculous. It really is. Also, like, I'm really not sure, like, why this is a professional issue, but we can get into that another time.
Yeah. You know what? People are like, stop talking about this. Can we talk about Jordan James versus Caleb Black? Yeah. Who is the RB2? Let's get back on our straight and narrow, Adam.
God, neither. There is a late running back. I don't have many late running backs I like, but I do think maybe not in 18 round format, but in 20 round, I do think that the Vikings like that Desmond Claiborne dude, and Aaron Jones has been so injury prone, and like Jordan Mason might just suck. So I do think Claiborne like round 20 is thin, but interesting at running back. But I have a list here of like late round stabs, and that's like the only mega late running back on my list, really.
Yeah. And because this situation to me is the exact one that you really want to have patience on, because later in the summer, we'll probably get some inclination on who's the RB2 here. And then we can start to blast off. But flipping coins for a 0, even if it's in the 17th or 18th round, just doesn't feel good to me.
Yeah, agreed. And I like the way that we were kind of running back heavy early here, and that makes sense.
All right. We are about to be on the clock at the 14-15 turn. We got a 2-4-5-2, Stafford and Willis at quarterback, Bijan, Love, Price, Rodriguez at running back, McLaurin, Adams, Metcalf, Pittman, Boston at wide receiver, Brock and Andrews at tight end. I'll get tight ends off our screen. The quarterback stuff, you wanted, what do you think?
What do we have at I think for wide receiver, I'd be okay with Ridley on my list. I think in this range would be like Tesla, Naylor, Antonio Williams. But yeah, Ridley was probably the safer pick. I mean, our rank is way ahead on Ridley of Tesla.
Yeah, rank at 139, ADP of 184 there. I guess the quarterback, obviously we have the double with Pittsburgh, but do you have it straight up like Fernando versus Rodgers? Would you prefer to go Fernando?
I think given we have more invested in Bowers, it'd probably be Fernando for me. But I could go either way. Do you think we have to take him now? Probably.
I think so. His ADP is 163 and we're at 170. So he's probably for sure. I think you're right on that. And again, going back to this idea of if there is some uncertainty with Rodgers, I mean, one thing we don't know when Mendoza is going to start playing, but he's going to be the quarterback weeks 15 through 17 if he's healthy. And to me, with Bowers as our QB3, I'd rather avoid late season zero risk that who knows what Rodgers and what that team's going to look like. We could still get production from Metcalf and Pittman under various scenarios. Let's get the guy we think is going to actually play in the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. And like, we're going to need Bowers to go off in the playoffs. And if he does, Mendoza's hopefully along for the ride.
Well, we threatened the world's most boring quarterback room of Stafford, Rodgers, and Mendoza. At least we snuck Malik Willis in there to spice it up a bit.
Malik Willis could run for 1,000 yards. I honestly think they're going to run RPO on like almost every play, and he might run for 1,000 yards. I'm not even. It's well within the range, like well within.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you just pray he stays healthy and holds up.
Yeah,
that's the only. Do you have it?
The issue last year, I took a lot of Justin Fields last year, which was obviously a disaster. I didn't think he had bench risk. I was like, man, they're really going to go to Tyrod Taylor. And they did. They actually went to Tyrod Taylor like relatively early. And that was so brutal. I do not think the Dolphins are going to do something like that, right? Like, I don't think Malik Willis has the same bench risk that Fields does.
Let's see here. Daniel just showed up. Can I get an update on where Jadarian Price is going? Absolutely, because we selected him at pick 71. His ADP opening the day was around 90. ETR has him at about pick 50. So we've been trying to triangulate and get as much value on him as possible. We think 71 is a pretty nice price to pay right now.
Yeah.
For the Dolphins, do you have any favorites on if you are backstacking him? You mentioned some of the rookies. Do you do any of the Malik Washington, the Greg Dulcich? Is there anything there?
Chris Bell. I just think it's Chris Bell. Like, the way that ACL recoveries have gone, it would not shock me if Chris Bell is ready to play in September. And, at that point, yeah, I just think if Chris Bell had never gotten hurt, he probably would have been a late first round, second round pick. So, yeah, I think that if I was going to backdoor stack it, that would be it. The other wide receivers on my list that I think are interesting for late, Tank Dell, Jalen Knoll, and
that tells you everything you need to know about how interesting the late rounds are.
Maybe, yeah. I had AD Mitchell and Antonio Williams. Did Antonio Williams go?
No, we're about to hit the run right here. So we have 3 more picks, and I definitely think at this point we're in the range. ADP doesn't matter. We can go get who we want. But in the first draft I did, there was like 5 rookie wide receivers who went in round 17.
Yeah. What do you think about Besh? Do you think he's like dead?
Yeah, chat's mentioning Besh. I was not a fan of him last year, so I come in with some biases, and I thought his like opening ADP was absurd. But I haven't given it much thought. Like, what do you think?
I prefer Naylor and Tre Tucker. Did Tre Tucker go?
Let's look here at LV. Oops. Tre Tucker's still here. Besh is still here. Naylor went.
Yeah, I would take Tre Tucker here if he makes it to us.
Okay. You know what you're getting with Tre Tucker. By rank, we still have, you guys have Tucker right up here, just beyond Jeremy, which we could a naked Steelers triple there, or we could go the Bell route. Should we grab Tucker first?
I think so.
Yeah, let's grab Tucker. Other options, we do have the teammate thing with Antonio Williams and McLaurin.
Yeah, I actually like Antonio Williams. I would have said we should take him before Tucker. Like Antonio Williams actually has a chance to actually have a really good role right out of the gate.
Yes. At what point though? I mean, obviously we kind of made our bets on Metcalf and Boston, but at what point now? I mean, we're also in Jeremy territory here at 194.
Oh God, yeah.
You want to just do Williams though?
No, we got to stick to the ranks. Stick to the board, Pete.
All right, Jeremy.
Yeah.
All right. This is the last time you will be able to get him at 194.
The triple. When you have a chance to take an unstacked Steelers triple, you almost have to.
Who is the quarterback that could come out of thin air and support this triple stack? Don't say Phillip Rivers. We need an immaculate conception of an individual to come in and save this.
Yeah, we need Rodgers to overdose on something, and then the Steelers give up everything they have to get Mac Jones, who made Brian Thomas Jr.'s career for one season, a Mac Jones merchant to come in and save this Pittsburgh triple.
Yeah, and maybe send DK Metcalf back to the Niners while you're at it. They can run out the grown ass man. Metcalf, Evans, Kittle.
Wait.
Yeah.
Beefcake makes a great point. I forgot they drafted my guy, Drew Aller. Shout out Penn State. Has all the tools. God. Let's get him under center. He's big. Guy has a huge arm. He just has no idea what he's doing out there. But he get coached up, man, and support this triple.
Yeah, when has that ever not worked out for us? Big arm who has no clue what's going on out there. Okay, we're gonna have one more pick here. Let's do a little recap before we select our last player. We've done pretty well positionally. I think spending our draft capital. Stafford, Willis, and Mendoza's the quarterback room. Bijan, Love, Price, Rodriguez is the running back. So maybe we tack on one more here if we can find one. McLaurin, Adams, Metcalf, Pittman, Denzel Boston, Ridley, Tucker, and Jeremy there. We did get two of the rookies to youthen up that room, and then Brock Bowers and Mark Andrews at tight end.
I love it.
Would you be comfortable with a 4 running back room with those 4? Does that make you queasy with the 2 rooks?
It's easy to say, oh, we should get another running back. But if there's nothing here that we like at all, then I don't think it's worth forcing it. You know what I mean? I don't want to just be oh, well, we only have 4. We better take another one. And it's some guy that is 95% to be a 0,
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we can look at, so the board right now by rank, you got Kamara, P. Ryan, Justice Hill, Ty Johnson. There is Jordan James, Giddens, Najee. You mentioned Claiborne earlier. Yeah. So yeah, it's tough out there.
Yeah. So obviously Kamara, everybody assumes Kamara is going to retire. But I don't know that for sure. I would put it at 60%, 50% or something that he's back. Oh, Kamara's gone now, but
he went. Yeah, just went.
Yeah, it's a risky pick for sure. But if he ends up playing, he could still catch 60 balls, and that would be a great pick in round 18.
Yep. So yeah, would you say I
like Claiborne?
You like Claiborne? Yeah.
But he's going to be undrafted in a lot. Even later in the summer, he's not going to go. If there's anyone else you like, wide receiver or whatever, that's fine by me.
I mean, the one guy that was still in the queue was Antonio Williams.
Yep.
Definitely. So I guess it would.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be Claiborne or Williams probably.
Yes.
But yeah, as you can see here, we took Bernard. You had Stribling go. Skylar Bell went. Brazel just went. This is going to be rookie wide receiver territory most drafts.
Yeah. Yeah, Brazel's interesting. I know he has some big time fans among the tape bros. Vidal is interesting too. I wonder how much Keaton Mitchell's role changes if Hampton were to get hurt. I kind of think Vidal would take some of that base work still, and because you can't really give Keaton Mitchell 20 carries in game anyways. So Vidal's an interesting one.
I know. And it strikes me that Keaton's just going to be in essentially the same role he was in last year with the Ravens, and Vidal's like the Justice Hill.
Yeah. I think Antonio Williams here, like, he should not go undrafted.
Yeah. I mean, we need Love and Price to be good off the rip. The CLV we're going to get on Price is going to make this look like a more traditional hyper fragile build, like we took 3 through 5 rounds. So there it is. Here's the squad, Adam. Stafford, Willis, Mendoza, Bijan, Love, Price, Rodriguez at running back, McLaurin, Adams, Metcalf, Pittman, Denzel Boston, Ridley, Tre Tucker, Jeremy Bernard, Antonio Williams, Brock Bowers, Mark Andrews. A ton of correlation here. Hyper fragile running back room. Naked Malik Willis. How did we do?
We smashed. I mean, it just...
We smashed.
No, I think the quarterback stuff is tough. You know, like when we get to the playoffs, you know, we're going to need Malik Willis to be running for 100 yards, I think, or Matthew Stafford throwing a bunch of touchdowns to Davante Adams. But yeah, I mean, I don't feel I want to get my head around I feel like that's a really important meta for this year, is getting your head around the quarterback prices and like how to play it. Because if I end up having to take naked Drake May or naked Jaden because they're going 1 or 2 rounds with the pocket close to the pocket quarterbacks, like I just might have to do that, you know? So I don't want to let these people keep getting value on the rushing quarterbacks against me, I guess is my point.
Yeah, and it's interesting how the different structures come together for where the ADP values are at, because we did the kind of hyper fragile thing, and we knew we did Bowers too. So we had to get wide receivers at the 4 or 5 turn, but that's where you could start considering, like, maybe I just pull the trigger on the quarterback here, and then that frees me up for more flexibility later.
Yeah. It's super interesting, the quarterback meta, because like if you're just going by rank, a lot of times you're not going to end up with 3 quarterbacks, and then people are like, oh, you know, screw the ranks, I'm just going to get my quarterbacks, you know, and that's been happening on DraftKings for a while. It seems like it's starting to happen more on Underdog now.
Yep. Well, there it is, Levitan, the first of, mini drafts this summer, other than when, you have some scheduling conflicts and or you wake up and decide, why the hell did I agree to doing a weekly draft with Peter? But I'm looking forward to this summer.
Well, can we do some high stakes stuff at some point? Maybe
Sure.
Get out of bed for some high stakes stuff. That'll be exciting.
Sure. Let's do it. Yeah, there's no rules here. We generally do Best Ball Mania, but if we can get you up at 11 a.m. to fill some big dog drafts and all that good stuff, I'm definitely down.
Yeah, that's always the issue with streaming, right? Like they don't fill fast enough to do the high stakes stuff.
Well, it's the opposite. Well, I can get them filled on stream. It's if I'm trying to do them off stream that I can't get them filled. But if we got 885 people watching now, I think people can find the money in the couch cushions for some big dog drafts.
All right, cool. Yeah. All right, great. I'm excited, man. No, I thanks for having me. I love drafting and thinking about drafting. And honestly, you guys know me as like DFS guy. I honestly think playing best ball all summer has made a huge difference in like preparation level for week 1, week 2, week 3 DFS, and also understanding like what everybody thinks of players too. It makes a huge difference. So yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Yeah, let people know we obviously mentioned the solver stuff, the ETR. Best Ball Mania ranks are live and downloadable right now. Let them know about the Best Ball package if they want to check that out.
I mean, I'm not sure if you're aware, Pete, but both Sam Sherman and the Sam who won on DraftKings used ETR ranks. So if you guys want to use the ETR ranks to draft this year, head to establishedrun.com. Best Ball product is $60 and it runs the full 365 days. So we will have, that'll cover obviously everything all summer, all the context around the ranks all summer, but then also whatever Underdog's playoff contest is called, Gauntlet or whatever it's called, that included in that year also. So man, it's exciting.
There were questions. You guys will have your typical eliminator ranks in different formats, right?
Yep. We will have ranks for every contest. And we're doing, obviously there are things that are hard to like factor in for weekly winners and eliminator, and we're doing our best to get those. Look for those in the next, 24 to 72 hours for the side contest. Weekly winners, eliminator, marathon should be up in the next 1 to 3 days.
Beautiful. All right, we're going to have Sam Sherman joining us here in a sec. I'm going to let Adam Levitan go, and we will see you next Monday to draft another team. And one thing I know for certain, Adam, we will not be able to get Jadarian Price at pick 71 next Monday.
All right, buddy. Be good.
All right, we'll see you later. There goes Adam Levitan. We're going to have Sam joining us just as soon as he is able to sneak out of whatever corporate responsibilities he has right now. A couple housekeeping things for me. I appreciate the chat drumming up some likes here. If you guys could like the stream, subscribe, that would be great. I mentioned the solver. There's another deal that's ending today as well. Over at Fantasy Life Plus, you can get a 25% off with early 25 promo code early 25. That'll get you 25% off the Fantasy Life Plus. That includes the supermodel. I was sharing that on screen a lot during the pre-draft shows, all of the projections, all of the tools over at Fantasy Life. Really good deal. So take advantage of that early bird offer. And the other announcement I wanted to make too. So as you guys have seen, the So You Think You Can Tout applications closed on Thursday night. I ended up receiving 135 applications. I have gone through all of those. And in fact, I recorded with Pat Mayo yesterday. We are now working on the video to put out for all of those applications. And I would love if you guys subscribed to the new So You Think You Can Tout YouTube page. It is going to be a separate channel. I just dropped it in the chat there. Always stinks having to start a YouTube channel from scratch. So if you guys can subscribe there, we can hit the ground running in that new episode with Pat Mayo. And I'll just tease it right here. He pulled no punches. There are going to be some hurt feelings about things he said about those of you who submitted the applications, which is going to stink for the people who have their feelings hurt, and is going to be very fun and entertaining for everybody else. But without further ado, it is time to bring on stage one of our weekly guests here for Best Ball Summer, a new addition to Best Ball Breakfast in the defending Best Ball Mania champ, none other than Sam Sherman. Welcome to Best Ball Breakfast, sir.
Thanks, Pete. Excited to be joining you this summer. Yeah, I'm really fired up just to get into a draft. Followed the draft, the real NFL draft, obviously closely this weekend, but this is my first time looking at any ADPs and all that, so it's gonna be fun.
Do you want to do? I'm sure, like throughout both this draft and over the course of the summer, you're going to get a lot of FAQ questions. Have you quit your job? What are you doing with the money? Are there any FAQ you just want to do now so you're not inundated with those questions for the whole summer?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer some of those questions. Yeah, do you want to do it starting with like job stuff? That type of thing?
First one. How many serfs are in your fiefdom? That's the just a couple. No, just like if there's any other developments, people are gonna always be like, wait, so you didn't quit your job? You're doing this. Where else can I find you? Just any kind of general stuff you're comfortable sharing. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I'm still doing my day job. Still, I think just doing content, fantasy football content as a bit of a side gig right now. So yeah, we'll be doing this stream weekly throughout the summer. I think I have one other weekly stream in the works that's yet to be announced. So basically you'll be able to find me twice weekly, doing some fantasy football content. It's mostly draft focused. So yeah, starting with that this summer. I think longer term potentially plans to do more fantasy football content, say in 2027. But yeah, this summer is just going to be doing a couple draft streams to dip my toes back into things. This has been a question that's popped up a few times because you famously didn't max the year you won. Are you superstitiously going to try to run that back or use your newfound bankroll to max the contest? Yeah, I don't know. The 57 number just might be the magic number. I might have to stick with it. But no, honest answer, I think I've said this in podcasts before. It's like I want to max. I also don't max drafts to the point where I don't enjoy them anymore, if that makes sense, Pete. So I'll do them consistently throughout the summer, but I'm not the type of person where it's like, oh, it's August 29th and I have 60 drafts left. I'm going to like burn an entire weekend doing drafts. So we'll see what happens. I'm hoping to get to 100, 150 this year. We'll see. All right, we'll get to more FAQ items as they come up, but let's set the table a little bit, just kind of your initial reactions to the draft as it impacts the fantasy landscape. I've been feeling my way through it here through these two drafts this morning, but what were kind of your big takeaways from the weekend? Yeah, big takeaways. I think, number one has to be on the running back side in the draft. Obviously, Jadarian Price hit like the GOAT landing spot for a rookie running back. But besides that,
the draft capital for these guys really came in pretty disappointing. Even Jeremiyah Love, I think that Arizona landing spot out of all the possibilities there was towards the bottom. So definitely a bit of a bummer across the board for the rookie running backs. I think for the wide receivers, a couple interesting spots for guys in the third round, if we're kind of, weeding through some of the deeper cuts there. But even there, like the first round landing spots, I don't think were amazing. They weren't terrible either. I think like Lemon and Tate probably held serve with the Titans and Eagles landing spots. Tyson, maybe you bump up a little bit with just how high of draft capital he got. But yeah, overall, like, I don't think there's a ton of huge winners outside of Price in terms of the rookies. I don't know if you see it differently.
No, for sure. He's like the one guy that you kind of want to circle and be aggressive with early. I was pulling up and we've been talking about it this morning. ADP of 87. ETR opens him at 50. Both drafts I did, Crutches took him at 70. I took him with Levitan at 71. So definitely some CLV there. And then the other dynamic forming is just you're kind of getting good discounts on Sadiq and these Browns guys, Concepcion in Boston, because nobody wants to touch Jets or Browns right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I think probably like outside of the rookies, like Pollard probably stands out to me as the guy just in the default ranks when I scanned it quickly is probably underpriced. You could probably throw Spears in that conversation as well for similar reasons. Commanders running backs, obviously they dodged the big bullets there. I guess the Commanders, who did they add? They added Katron Allen, right, in the 6th. Yeah. But I think still JCM, Rashad White, big winners there. Vikings guys, they only added Damon Claiborne in the 6th round, like 185-pound, like scat back type. I think that makes both Mason and Aaron Jones probably pretty good clicks. They're opening ADP. So yeah, those are the big ones. Like there's some deeper cut stuff. Like the Chiefs, I think, is a bit of an interesting conversation as well, because everyone was kind of mocking wide receiver to them. They completely passed on wide receiver in this draft. So like, I don't know, like Thornton, Worthy, and Kelce. I don't know where their default rankings are, but like it's just kind of like, besides Rashee Rice and Walker, everyone else is basically free on the Chiefs right now. Yeah. So that's kind of interesting as well. But yeah,
it's like I feel like everyone was just kind of like assuming Thornton was going to leave and that they were going to draft someone, but that's like a good call. I mean, when he's been on the field, he's been productive and just fills a very specific void for them in that offense. So I could see him entering the round 18 conversation again.
Yeah. The draftable mix. He's like 2 years, I think $7.5 million guaranteed he got. So it's like enough that he's going to be on the roster. But yeah, the thing is, like, I'm a little bit careful of all, like, on the wide receiver and tight end side. You have to be a little bit careful of like doing the projectable volume thing for teams that didn't draft anyone, because there's still Stephon Diggs, Jawan Jennings, David Njoku's out there, right? Brandon Ayuk, Tyreek Hill, Debo,
Kenyon,
yeah. So when you stare at, like, I don't know, like my first reaction was like, oh shit, like the Raiders, like Tre Tucker and Jack Besh, like, they're in starting 3 wide receiver sets, right? But, they're a team that's a candidate to maybe add one of these veteran guys. So you got to be a little bit careful with that stuff. But I think we can sift through some of the veteran winners at wide receiver as well.
Well, let's sift through it here in a Best Ball Mania draft. This will be my 3rd one here. We're going to draft with Sam. And did you sneak in any drafts this morning, or is this your first draft of the season? Okay.
First draft of I did a bunch of, or probably like 25 pre-draft things. So first draft of BBM.
All right, then you're on the same. I think I ended up at like 30 pre-draft contests. So we are coming in with just enough to understand the landscape, but not enough that we're already burnt out and cynical about this entire process.
Yeah, exactly. Not on the Davis Matic plan yet.
No, those 3,000 drafts. That's not going to be for me. I'm happy for all the people though, but that is the goal. We do have the 1-5 here. We got some friends and family, Dorito, JGFC, all of that. Where does your mind go when we're picking out 1-5 here?
Yeah, it's for me. It's going to be one of those top 3 wide receivers, assuming Gibbs and Bijan are gone, which they're almost guaranteed to be. I have them ranked like Puka, Chase, then JSN for what it's worth, but I pretty happy with any of those top 3.
Yep. I feel like some of the other main themes coming out of these first 2 drafts, just figuring out how you want to play quarterback, because those pre-draft quarterback runs are still very much here. And the landscape is almost identical quarterback wise, like nothing changed.
Yeah, nothing really. I mean, the Ty Simpson thing is like not even a fantasy debate really. It's, but yeah, not much happened at quarterback. So yeah, it's a good point.
Do you want JSN here? Or
yeah, let's. I'm good with JSN if you want to go that route.
Let's do it.
I guess quickly on these like top wide receivers, I think the interesting dynamic this year is like it feels very comfortable to get 2 running backs for the first 3 rounds because it starts to fall off a cliff after that. I don't think the NFL draft like some of the like Titans, Commanders, Vikings stuff like can feel like a little bit better in our 0 RB targets now, but like still, I think you do want running backs early. At the same time, like the way JSN and Puka performed last year gives you such a massive edge at wide receiver if they continue to separate like that. So it's kind of a balance of like I still want some exposure to the elite wide receivers without like I don't think I want to do a ton of true 0 running back stuff this year. So yeah.
And I actually think like the back end of round 2 now for running backs, obviously you have Henry, Brown, Love is going to start to move up. Jacobs is there. It's like you can draft that wide receiver and still get a couple running backs you like if that's your preferred structure. Yeah.
Interesting. Henry going early here. The Love price is the one that I'm fascinated to see where that settles. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's so tough, that landing spot. Like it's just a combination of so many shitty factors. We'll see. We might have the choice on the clock soon.
Yeah. So by ADP, Neighbors, McBride got all these wide receivers. I do have ETR ranks in here. London, McBride, Rice. What do you like?
I kind of like London here.
Yeah.
Let's
grab London. I was talking with Levitan and I was saying I kind of like that Love went to a messy spot because there were scenarios where we were gonna say like 107 for Jeremiyah Love, which never makes me feel good.
Yeah. It's just like the Algier thing. It's just like, okay, you're projecting the lowest scoring offenses in the NFL. Cardinals have to be top 5 in that. You have the Algier factor where like he's not this amazing running back who's obviously going to steal Love's job, but he is extremely good at the goal line. We saw that with Bijan for years, right? Like I think he's going to steal goal line touches. And then you still have James Conner in there, like with guaranteed money on the, I think at this point though, is Love still available?
He is. He's available at 3.5. We did it.
We flooded him enough to. I think we take him here.
I do too.
Yeah. My gut reaction was like he settles at the 2-3 turn is where he'll settle. I could be wrong about that. Where does ETR have him ranked? They have him ranked around here?
Yes. I think we got him. They have him at 24 and we took him at 31.
Yeah. Okay. I like that.
Yeah. I do too. I think, if ETR has him at 24, they are always slightly more cautious on rookies than the market. Like my thought was Love's going to settle more in this like pick 19, 20, 21 range. It'll be a long summer of like, he's the RB3 behind Algier and James Conner. And then it'll be like, oh, that we'll all remember that he's clearly going to be the starting running back weeks 15 through 17. And it'll just be that push pull all summer long.
Yeah, for sure. And like that, again, who knows with this stuff? Trades always happen way less than you think in the NFL. A trade of James Conner or Algier at the trade deadline for the Cardinals makes so much sense for where they're at to like a Vikings or whatever team has their starting running back get injured. So stuff can always shake up. But I still can't believe the Cardinals took him at 3 overall. Just insane.
That
It's
like
wild.
when that report came out, it seemed like the most obvious bluff of all time. Like, let's see if we can get someone to trade up for us because people like Love, and they like called their own bluff in a way that is just so fucking perfect for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, it's just, it perfectly encapsulates the Cardinals organization. Just fucking they have no idea what they're doing. It's just a mess across the board. But anyways, yeah, I think it will make, like you said, like if Love is around pick 30 versus having to take him at the 1-2 turn on the Commanders, like that might end up being kind of nicer fantasy.
Ooh, we got Scatabo go off at 4-7. Zay is the rankings pick. Ibuka, who got nuked in the ETR rankings, is by ADP. Ladd, Evans, JMO, Swift, Adams. What do you like?
I like Zay.
Yeah. I mean, big winner from the draft. Would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they added a couple wide receivers late. Surratt and who was the other one? Jacoby Lane, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or wait,
yeah.
Do I have that mixed up?
I know Surratt for sure.
Yeah, wait, let me pull this up.
Oh, it was Adam Randall, the running back wide receiver hybrid dude or whatever.
Adam Randall, yeah. Oh, yeah, it was. Okay, they did Jacoby Lane.
Oh, it was Lane.
Surratt in the fourth. Yeah, it was both of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, Flowers is still the unquestioned wide receiver one there. I think if anything, those guys could just make the offense like more competent. So I also love the Lamar if he falls to us at around this pick, solves sort of the quarterback run early if we can get him to fall here. So we'll see.
That is the nice thing about that. When you take Zay, you and that's exactly what happened. So Lamar, ADP of 51, we're right here. You want to pull the trigger on our quarterback?
I think so. I think not overthink it and take Lamar.
Yeah,
definitely like Price is interesting there. He goes snap pick right after us. That's the other one. I'm like, yeah, where I think the interesting debate is where Price will settle. I saw ADP or ETR has him ranked around 50. That seems in the same grouping as like the year 2 guys with question marks like Scattaboo, Tootin, Judkins. That feels like pretty natural spot for him.
For sure. I think it to me, it just feels so similar to the Henderson kind of stuff from last year. I think people liked Henderson more as a prospect than they did Price, but still, I think just going to the team that has the glow of the Super Bowl, who let their Super Bowl MVP walk, people will be very comfortable 1-for-1ing that replacement and saying he's the new lead back on the Seahawks. Giddy up.
Yeah, he's kind of interesting, right, for a rookie, because it's typically like this type of rookie profile is the late round upside. I think with Price, you have this weird thing where like if Charbonnet is back healthy, I just can't imagine that Seattle doesn't use Charbonnet in the role they've always used him in down the stretch. So it could be this weird dynamic where like his projectable volume in the playoff weeks is actually probably worse than it is like weeks, I don't know, 4 through 10, right? But we'll see on the Charbonnet stuff. A lot of uncertainty there.
All right, Corum in the chat is worried about our running back room after the 6 and 7 hole have drafted 4 each through 5 rounds. So we're getting squeezed here. But Sam has always loved zero RB. He loves drafting these fringe late running backs, and I assume he has a plan to navigate us out of this situation.
Yeah, it's called get ready to learn Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones, buddy.
Yeah,
it's yeah. Oof.
So this is, by ADP right now, we're looking at Tate, Harrison, Pierce, JGFC, God bless him, should probably not take another running back. So Pollard by rank, if you want to get aggressive here with him, could be a port in this storm, or we could stay on track with another position.
Let's go Pollard. I think Pollard belongs here. What are we at, like pick 70-ish now?
68, rank of 65, and we need our RBs.
Yep. I like Pollard. I mean, Pollard was great down the stretch last year on the Titans, which were an absolute train wreck. If they can get any better with all these wide receiver additions, new coaching this year, Brian Dable. I don't really think, I know they drafted Singleton. I know Spears is there, but I think Pollard is one of these guys where his efficiency has been pretty bad the past few years, but we see all the time, like when situation changes, like Barkley's efficiency looked horrible on the Giants, right? when they were a disaster, and then he goes to the Eagles, and all of a sudden he's a smash. And obviously Tony Pollard isn't Saquon Barkley, but I think we could see his efficiency rebound in the right spot here. So,
Yes.
why should Hubbard go ahead of Pollard? Like, to me, that feels kind of very, very similar. Might even lean Pollard there. So I like the pick here.
Yeah, and like obviously, you want in a perfect world, you can play chicken with that ADP a little bit more, get more of a value based on the ADP that people are anchored to. But when we build like this and we need this production to pull off the build, then you suck it up and you take them at their value.
Yeah. I was going to make a case for Marvin Harrison there. Bummer.
By ADP and rank, Drake May and Tyler Warren are here. Rico, if we want another running back in this range, anyone stand out to you?
I kind of like, is Lemon still here?
No, quick.
Addison or whatever.
Hey, wait, Lemon is still, oh, fuck. Sorry. I didn't get you.
All good. All good.
All right. We'll get on the same wavelength. We have a full summer to get on the thing. I was going to say the one thing about Lemon, and not saying that we can't take him, but ETR did nuke him in their ranks. So I do wonder if like cheaper Lemon is going to be coming throughout the summer. That was kind of my first thing of just like wait on Lemon until ETR ranks pull his ADP down.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm curious why I wonder if they still have like some AJ Brown is still on the team baked into that. Because it's kind of an interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering too if it was like that the draft capital wasn't quite as good as we were hoping, and just like what that means for him. I mean, clearly from a depth chart perspective, I agree, but he was closer to Casey Concepcion than he was to Tyson in those, which wasn't quite how everybody envisioned it playing out.
Yeah. That makes sense.
This is an interesting comment from LED here. And he says, I mean, this is a compliment. And he's talking obviously about Sam. It feels like your winning BBM team should teach us you don't have to be fancy to win. What do you think about that comment as it pertains to drafting?
I think that's true. And I think it's something that like I've heard Leone talk about in draft streams too. Like my approach is just to like draft solid teams, like enough mix of veteran floor with rookie upside, but like I'm not trying to shoot the moon on every pick. I'm not trying to do anything crazy structurally. Like I think it's a lot of just kind of letting the draft fall to you, do some smart things with stacking. Don't go overboard on high risk players. Don't go overboard on boring players with no upside, right? Have a balance there and see what happens. So I think that is a fair comment from LED.
But the kind of thing I was joking about earlier today is like the fact that this rookie class is so unappealing and unexciting is it should make it easier to achieve that balance.
Oh, sorry. We're on the clock here.
Oh, yeah. Let's make sure. 11 seconds. My bad. Kraft, Sutton, Laporta, Pittman, Pitts, Corum. Anyone you like here?
I like, let's do Pittman. Keep the Pittsburgh.
Right. Yeah. The Pittsburgh theme going here.
Yeah. And I think hopefully we get one of these tight ends to fall. We'll see.
Yeah, the tight ends, there seemed based on like the ETR ranks and stuff too, like pretty good picks at tight end from like here through round 13. You kind of can just pick which one makes sense for you. And we're now we got our stack, Lamar to Zay. We got our 3 running backs, Love, Pollard, Rico, 4 wide receivers, JSN, London, Zay, and Pittman. So I think we're on track, and you're never feeling squeamish even having 0 tight ends through 8.
Yeah, for sure. I do like, I mean, I don't care if we get sniped that much. So we can just talk through it. I think both Pitts and Laporta are pretty good coming back here. I think Josh Downs is someone else that I'd be thinking about here as a winner of the draft. I mean, it's really Nick, again, those veteran wide receivers are lurking, so you can never be too sure. But if it's as the roster stands today, it's Nick Westbrook-Akine as the threat to Josh Downs and 2 wide receiver sets. So I think Downs wins that battle if he's the only obstacle. So he's kind of exciting. I do think structurally, So yeah, it's probably Downs or either or Laporta for me. I don't know if you have a preference, Pete.
No, I don't. Make your pick.
Let's go Laporta. Laporta.
Yeah, get our first tight end here.
Yeah. Again, like speaking of veteran winners of the draft, I think you can put all the Lions pass catchers on that list too. They added nobody on offense. So wide receiver 3 now is, Isaac Tesla. It should be pretty concentrated for those top guys. So Pitts is another guy, I think, who was a kind of a winner, but Laporta seems pretty good there. Yeah.
Yep. So we get our first tight end. Taking Lamar obviously takes a little pressure off of the quarterback stuff. Like if we want to go with a 2 quarterback build, we're probably eyeing another one here in the next few rounds. It is funny though, like with Pittman in London, we have 2 of those situations with super ambiguous quarterback rooms. I guess Darnold with JSN is the other guy that from a stacking perspective would be on the radar.
Yep. I like Darnold. Darnold seems very, at least in the pre-draft stuff, he seemed very cheap to me. I get he wasn't like a huge fantasy producer just because Seattle was so good last year and was able to control the games, but he's shown fantasy ceiling like in the past. So I think he's a good pick. Maybe coming up here, we could also start considering like the Commanders running backs, Aaron Jones, like some of those guys might be in play on our next pick too. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this range here, these were guys that felt very scary pre-draft because of like what could happen potentially. But then you look at Aaron Jones, Bill, Kenny Gainwell, Rodriguez, Tyrone Tracy, like things broke decently for all of them.
Yeah, for sure.
So we got a 1-3-4-1. I do have it sorted right now by ETR rank. So you can see here, like tons of tight end options. So it probably makes sense to prioritize other positions. We did lose out on Darnold. So that's we didn't. He's still here at 132. ETR just has him lower in rank.
Okay. Cool.
Anything that you're thinking here for 116?
Yeah, I kind of like Concepcion still here. JCM I like, but maybe we can push him a little bit. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, I like Concepcion. I mean, it's ugly in Cleveland, but he does have a chance for a big target share. Unless there's something else you're seeing, Pete. I kind of like
it's only if you're just worried about the running back runs and having just like Love, Pollard, Dowdle. But if we kind of spray and pray late, but let's grab Concepcion. I mean, I took him in my first draft. He slips past ADP. We get him at pick 116. ETR has him priced at 98. So like we're getting both real-time value and potentially CLV value there.
Yeah. Yeah, there goes JCM. Okay.
Yeah.
Quarterback. So I guess the thing on quarterback is do we could like do the naked Malik Willis, or is Shuck still around? Right. We could do one of those.
Shuck, Love, Willis, Darnold, Stroud, Jones.
Got it. And then we'd have like Rodgers super late. London's pretty tough to stack.
I guess one thing I would say here, based on just like ADP and ranks, I guess you can, it's basically, do you want to pull the trigger on like Tracy early? We probably sit out running back here. So what do you want? You want to do Darnold? You want to do?
I kind of like just
Shuck?
Darnold.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Darnold's fine. It's like, taking him a little at ADP, but I don't think we lose much. Yeah, maybe if we had a little more time, could have figured something else there, but I didn't kind of want to risk, like, I don't think it was worth the risk losing him at the next pick, and I think we'll have a similar crop of like running backs and wide receivers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shout out Mac Nova. 5 gifted memberships here. Appreciate it. Sherman, I'm throwing you to the wolves right out of the gate because I've been just absolutely slamming coffee and I need to go pee here. So anything you want to say to the audience, feel free to vamp right now as we wait for our 12th round pick.
Sounds good. Cool. So I think coming out of the draft, like thinking more about veteran winners from the draft, I do think the Bears are a really interesting one. And we saw their ADPs go pretty high here. The Bears didn't add anybody significant at wide receiver. They basically just added Xavier Thomas in round 3, who's more of like a kick returner, clear out guy. And so that means I think their base offense, with DJ Moore gone, Olamide Zaccheaus gone, I think they're going to play even more 12 personnel next year in their base packages, which means Loveland, Adunze, Burden, they're going to be competing with targets, either in 2 tight end sets with like a Cole Kmet or a Sam Roush, who they draft in the 3rd round, or if it's a 3rd wide receiver on the field, it's going to be like Khalif Raymond or that rookie Xavier Thomas. So I think their target shares really have potential to go through the roof. So I really like all the Chicago guys coming out of the draft. I think like at running back too. Hey Pete.
No, keep going. I mean, once I had
yeah.
I had a jump scare when I heard Olamide Zaccheaus on my headphones going to the bathroom.
Yeah. No, I was just talking about how like the Bears wide receiver room is completely cleared out besides the top 2 guys now. So that makes it interesting from a target share perspective. I do like Sadiq here if he is around. And then maybe we can just.
I would say,
go ahead.
Does the stacking of Andrews and Lamar push you over the edge there? Both of them, the top options by ranking, both of them make sense to us for different reasons.
Let's go Andrews. Let's play it with the correlation. I think definitely in the vacuum, I like Sadiq better, but I'll get more Sadiq exposure on non-Lamar teams, I'm sure. Sadiq's draft, like people, I just think people hate too much on Sadiq because of like the production or whatever, but he's still like, when you look at the track record of tight ends drafted this high that are early declares, like JJ's model has this showing Sadiq really high up there. I just think I pick like 140 or whatever. Like it's pretty exciting to me. So
I know he's another one like similar to the Jeremiyah Love thing. Like there were spots Sadiq could have gone. Like imagine if he goes to the Bucks like 15 overall and we're like, fuck you, K. Dotton. It's Sadiq's and like he's going like 3 or 4 rounds higher than this. And maybe that's justifiable because the offense is that much better. But I kind of like the discounts on these super talented guys and I don't have to pay the landing spot premium.
Yeah, for sure. Do we take like our favorite running back here potentially?
Yeah. Brian Robinson, Pacheco, Spears. I mean,
oh God. I go Spears double up. I kind of like the double ups, to be honest.
Yeah.
I know like it's been a debate in best ball, right? Like, should you handcuff your running backs? I think it's bad when it's like CMC and Jordan James or whatever you're doing, right? But I think if you're taking Pollard in the 6th, that's totally fine to take Spears in the whatever it was, 13th or 14th. So hopefully just a bet on the Titans running backs being underpriced right now.
And I think I agree with you because to me, the big difference is like when you do the handcuff thing, you're taking a true zero, but the hope is that Spears has a standalone role. And I had this conversation with Sacrilegious on After Dark too, a little bit of these guys who are just on the field and even have the potential to score a touchdown and get you to 10 or 11 points are so much more valuable than the stone zero guys. And so with Spears, it's not like a traditional handcuff in that he's a zero unless Pollard gets injured. Like they're going to use Spears some under most circumstances. Yeah.
It's also just kind of a nuanced format thing, right? Where it's like, if you're playing the drafters type tournament and you're trying to like bank every pick, you really don't want the inverse correlation of like if Spears goes down, Pollard goes off. But in this style, like imagine if you had like Ramondre and Trevion on the same team last year. I think in like the playoff format type stuff, that actually like works to your benefit more than being a hindrance. Like you don't need the 100th percentile outcome. You just need kind of like the 95th or whatever, right? So that ping ponging stuff can be helpful.
Yeah, that one was like the perfect example. Like that was such a nut run out where it's like Stevenson, when he's out, like Trevion Henderson is like this locked and loaded high ceiling RB1. And then the second he comes back, he's like not even cannibalizing Ramondre. Then Ramondre is an awesome like high end RB2. And it's like you couldn't that I feel like that situation was so unique relative to how it normally plays out.
For sure.
All right, back on the clock. We can look at running backs, wide receivers here. Anything stand out to you?
I don't mind taking another running back. Is like Brian Brian Robinson, Dylan Sampson, Bigsby, one of those guys.
Let's see here. Yeah, I put Sampson in the queue. They're at the buzzer.
Nice.
Brian Robinson
like
went. Yeah, I mean, what they don't add anything in the draft. There's still some uncertainty about Judkins' health, and like Sampson gives you a little PPR pass catching juice too.
Yep. I saw Cooper Kupp is way up there in the ETR ranks, huh?
I mean, is there anything more predictable than that? Leone boosted Cooper Kupp's target share.
I was hoping he could be. He's like an interesting 18th round guy for us. Could you top the other? I think we're mostly looking at like wide receiver and running back right now, probably.
Yeah.
Tre Tucker is not a bad pick with how things shook out for him. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, no. I was going to say that it's probably swung back to, wide receiver being the need for this team.
Yeah.
Now that we've kind of tried to catch up at running back.
Cool. Sorry, I can't see like the very top of the queue.
My bad.
Yeah.
It's Jeremy Bernard, and Adam said, like, I need to tell them to bring that down a little bit.
That one. Yeah.
That's a little frothy there.
Oh, man. What a selection. Jeremy Bernard, Calvin Ridley, and Tre Tucker.
Yeah, and then running back, we're down to like Emmanuel Wilson, Kamara, Braylon Allen. You do have some of these rookies, Katron, Ray Davis.
Washington could have been so interesting. I think we go wide receiver here. I would probably go. It's really gross, but I'd probably go Tre Tucker here.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I mean, wide receivers in the Raiders right now. I was looking at this yesterday. It's Jalen Naylor, Tre Tucker, and then the only two other guys like anyone would have heard of in fantasy are two of the biggest busts last year, Jack Besh and Deontay Thornton. So we're just looking at this point. I think, again, it's a bit scary to do it with these veteran free agents still hanging out there. I still think Tucker's like close to a lock to be a full-time player. He had some spike weeks last year. He was like vaguely fantasy relevant all year. Certainly not sexy, but
and he's probably the archetype that you're willing to ignore the free agent wide receivers, because for the most part, those are like possession slot receiver types, the Diggs, the Jennings. Like Tucker's role is going to be insulated to that. Obviously, you don't want him like push down the target pecking order, but his role as an outside wide receiver probably wouldn't be that impacted by those guys.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. Let's think. So we got 3 picks left. I think, honestly, it's a very balanced build. I don't think it's like any huge positions of need. I think we probably stick with 2 quarterbacks. Tight ends could go either way. So maybe someone like Barner is interesting.
Yep.
Maybe one more running back. Yeah, maybe it's like 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, 1 tight end is like our rough target, but I don't think we necessarily need the 3rd tight end. I don't know what you think, Pete, but
I agree. I can pull out, the term luxury pick there. I agree. Probably 1 more running back and 1 more wide receiver for sure, and then whatever we're feeling.
Yeah. Okay. I like Bigsby a lot. Certainly some uncertainty there that it's Shipley, but we did see like pretty strong evidence last year in the 1 game. Barkley, I forget if he missed a full game or like missed a half, and they leaned heavy on Bigsby when Shipley was healthy at that point. So
yeah,
I think I feel best about him versus other handcuffs still available, to be honest.
I guess, Braylon's really the only other like clean RB2, but is it even that clean with Isaiah Davis?
No, it's not really. What happened? He hurt his knee and basically missed like most of last year, right? So we didn't really see a whole lot from him. So yeah, I like Bigsby.
It gets us another body in there. I love this like build. It's like Jeremiyah Love at the top, the exciting rookie, and then Pollard, Dowdle, Spears, Sampson, Bigsby there to balance things out.
Yeah, it's not. Man, it's tough with the running back because there's still so many teams like Packers, Cowboys. You can keep listing them where the running back 2 is like good luck trying to pick out who the running back 2 is. So it dries up quickly at these late rounds.
Are there any stacking things we would entertain here? We did lose Barner. You have like Surratt with Baltimore. There is going to be this batch of rookies that are hanging around back here as well. Anyone else on your to-do list for this draft?
Is Kupp still available?
You know what? He is. He's top. He doesn't have an ADP, and ETR has him ranked at 149. Do we just have to do it?
Let's take him, and then let's think more about I think we'll have our choice of a couple of the Baltimore rookies if we want to go that route. Yeah, hopefully ETR, please don't change your Kupp rank and rug pull us, because we're relying on we're relying on you guys here.
Look,
dude, he led the Seahawks in targets in the Super Bowl. That's all. That's all you can really say about him.
And isn't the Horton? What's the latest on the Horton timeline? Have you seen anything on that?
No, but I thought it was like he was still out for several more. Like he wasn't healthy and practicing now.
Yeah.
It's gross. I think you know what we should do. We should wash down the Cooper Kupp with a fun. Let's treat ourselves to a fun rookie pick to close things out at wide receiver. I think.
That's right.
So yeah.
We've been really dialed in with our diet, and we have our 18th round cheat day, and it's time to
yeah. We got Lane. I think it'd be Lane and Surratt. Lane was picked ahead of Surratt, but Surratt is the guy that like the analytics people like better. The Ravens wide receivers. Just throwing out some other guys maybe we could add to the queue, like Antonio Williams and the Commanders, I think got a pretty solid landing spot. Not sure if he's taken by now.
Yeah, he just went.
Gone.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then as far as tight end, I think probably wide receiver, a rookie wide receiver makes more sense. I think Laporta and Andrews is probably fine, right?
I think so. If what's his name, Barner was there, I would have liked that. But
yeah,
Branch goes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm just putting some of these rookie. There's the Besh we were talking about earlier. Oh, that was because we had Mendoza. Sorry, I'm mixing up my drafts. Yeah, so it's like looking at, we got these Baltimore wide receivers here. A lot of the fun rookies just absolutely flew off the shelves there. Do you have anything that jumps out?
I might just go Lane over Surratt just because he was picked around earlier. You certainly can make a case for Bateman is probably starting week 1 over both of these guys, right?
Yeah.
So I think we took enough veterans with like the Kupp, Tre Tucker, Michael Pittman that it makes sense to chase more of the upside with this pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, I guess we had already gotten our token rookie wide receiver on this team, because that's what we have to do is completely replicate your winning BBM team.
Yeah.
KC Concepcion definitely is like this year's Luther Burden, though, it feels like.
100%. Yeah. No doubt. I mean, Shedeur Sanders and, Caleb Williams, very, very similar players.
Polarizing individuals with lots of haters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Who defy the odds.
Yeah. On Fields, like the other, if we didn't have Lamar, I think Malachi Fields is a guy who got a pretty good landing spot in the Giants. He's going to be in my 18th round mix, I think. The other guys on the roster there are Darnell Mooney, got 1 year, $3 million. That's like no money at all. Darius Slayton is still there, and it's probably the likely starter opposite Malik Neighbors. But I think Fields got a solid, draft-worthy landing spot, round 3, pick 10.
Yep.
So
let's recap this team, see how we did there. I think some interesting junctures to look back on to see if we might have done stuff differently. And obviously, little timeout issue there as I didn't do a good enough job relaying the board to you. But I like how this turned out. 2-6-8-2, Lamar and Darnold at quarterback, Jeremiyah Love, Pollard, Rico, Spears, Dylan Sampson, Bigsby at running back, JSN, London, Zay, Pittman, KC Concepcion, Tre Tucker, Cooper Kupp, and Jacoby Lane at wide receiver, and Laporta and Andrews at tight end.
Yep. Yeah, I like this team. I think like you could argue maybe a couple things, like tight end might be like just a tad lighter than I would typically do. It's definitely on the border of a 2-3 tight end team, but I think enough that it's fine. And then it's probably just the Dowdle pick. I was probably just talking too long about something. Probably go like Warren over Dowdle there or whatever, but I don't think it's like that big of a difference, to be honest. Or maybe Lemon if we went wide receiver.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, looking back, I think the tight end stuff I'm okay with. Like, I think you just play it like Laporta has a bounce back season and returns round 5 value, kind of thing. Like, he runs a little hotter on touchdowns again, and Andrews, stays healthy. But yeah, I think it's looking at running back and just, again, we had this same thing happened to me in the draft with Levy, the exact same thing where the drafters in the 6-7 hole took 4 running backs or something through 5. And it definitely put a squeeze on the room there.
For sure. And I think the Flowers Lamar thing, like, I think if we don't take Flowers, the other interesting thing to consider would be, say Flowers wasn't available and we went McConkey or whatever. So we don't have the Lamar stack in the 5th round. I do think I probably would then lean towards the 2 running backs that went right after that pick, Price or DeAndre Swift, or Montgomery. I throw like Price, Swift, and Montgomery to me, I think are like a tier above the like Judkins, Tootin, Harvey, Pollard, whatever tier. So I probably would have liked grabbing one guy from that tier, but the Lamar stack is a lot of fun. I like how that landed as well.
For sure. Yeah. And I think like, again, one thing I think that's helpful, it's like, we feel like the running back room is a little thin, just how it scans to us. But if you play Jeremiyah Love optimistically based on this draft capital, like he is producing out of the gate, and you have a round 6 and 7, like no one would say an anchor RB in round 3 and RB2 and 3 and 6, 7 is like, oh, you really ignored the position. It's just like we have so much, opinions and biases with these names and situations that it doesn't feel as clean as it would otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. We just got to find out if Aaron Rodgers likes Rico Dowdle or not. That's going to really be the determining factor. But we know McCarthy likes him, so.
I guess like the huge question for me, like I think a lot of people, you can see this round 10, like I can tell myself stories on like Corum, Gainwell, Jones, Bill, Rodriguez, like good picks for various reasons. Even Rachaad White I'd lump in there. But then after this, I mean, this range from like round 11 to 15, before you just like start throwing real darts, like this is a goddamn wasteland. Like knowing what your plan of attack is at running back in this range, if you find yourself in this spot, like that seems like one of the main things to solve for right now.
100%. I mean, I think you said it well. Like after JCM, Rachaad White go, you're kind of at the end of guys that plausibly are like starters or path to being starters, right? And then it's like Charbonnet through like Bigsby or whatever you want to say is like the last like locked in running back 2. It's just like there's not like what's the difference between Tyler Algier in the 11th round and Tank Bigsby in the 16th? Like
that one is it's just like classic anchoring effect there. I mean, where I thought I had it on here. Where's the percentage change on Algier? I thought it was going to crack this, but let me search on the. But it's a huge drop. Like he got nuked, Sharps got nuked, and we've seen that play out, right? Where it's like the ADP, because of auto drafters, because of the anchoring effect, it's going to hold up there way longer than it should, and it's just going to be a bad price for like a month until it corrects.
Yeah, for sure. And I touched on this a little bit. Like I think the interesting, like right now when we don't know. We're not going to know this for a while, right? But when we don't know the running back 2s on a lot of these teams, I'd have to like do some work to map it out. But it's definitely like Cowboys, right? Is it Jaden Blue or Malik Davis or Phil Maffa? Like Packers, they have like Pierre Strong, Chris Brooks, Marshawn Lloyd. Like who the hell is the running back 2 there? Really hard to say. Bills, whatever. Down the line, there's so many of these uncertain spots at running back 2 that it makes it tricky. Like you can get to round 16 and be like, shit, I don't think any of these guys are have a good chance to be, the backup running back in their team. So that makes that dynamic pretty tough. I still think a lot of the, like the same thing as the pre-draft. I think a lot of the pressure is to get running backs early as a result of just like, you're not going to feel great about a lot of the guys late. So
yeah. And it's a weird dynamic because I guess you basically want, in a perfect world, if you were to map the sweet spots of the draft, you basically want to be only interested in wide receivers and tight ends late, because the quarterback dries up and the running backs dry up, and you're running into like true zero risk. Wide receivers and tight ends don't feel great either, but at least they have like roles in a way that they're going to be on the field.
Yep. And the rookie wide receivers, like I was kind of hoping there would be more guys that jumped from like 18th, 20th round consideration to like, oh, he's a clear like 13th, 14th round pick. That didn't really happen with like a lot of these guys are supposed to get round 2 capital slipped, like Chris Brazell, whatever. Ted Hurst has a really messy landing spot. Like there just weren't a lot of like smash landing spots for those guys. So that's a bit of a bummer. At the same time, I think that means they'll be hanging out in round 17, 18 quite a bit. So you'll be able to take your stabs on those guys there. But yeah.
What Sam, I feel like you before winning Best Ball Mania, you were most known for having good haterade for some of the community's most beloved players. Are there any picks on the board, ADPs, that you want to clown on right now that people are just completely missing the plot on?
Yeah, let me think about that a little bit. The Tootin one, I think I am finally understanding, so I'll skip on giving.
Really, I think someone even on Twitter, I was going to try to pull this up, had a joke about you. Here we go. Here's the tweet. Bayshell Tootin at 34 overall. Sam probably. So that we were banking on that one.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I thought like people were telling me when he was going in like the 70s, it's like, oh, you gotta get him now because when ETN leaves, he's going to be a 3-4 turn pick or whatever. I'm like, that's insane if that happens. But he's just hovering at pick 60, so I think that's actually reasonable. I think in terms of running back picks, I really don't like the Judkins pick at all, and it's not about him as a player. I think he's like really talented in the right situation. This could work, but his price, given that offensive environment, given that he's very unlikely to catch passes, we didn't really see that in college. We didn't really see it last year. He had that nasty like ankle dislocation injury. Just a lot of things like stacking up. Like, why would I not just go with DeAndre Swift or David Montgomery there? Like guys in much better offenses, guys who have proven track record of catching passes. So he stands out to me as one of the worst running back values on the board right now.
What are you going to do with these? Like this range of round 6 and round 7 wide receivers is so fascinating. Specifically we have the guys who are supposed to be the next great thing, Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison specifically, like those guys just strike the fear of God in me. You're going to have the rookies, Tate, Tyson, and Lemon. You got like the guys who crushed last year, but do they keep it up? Parker Washington and Michael Wilson. Like this range to me is such a choose your own adventure and like reveals like how you think about fantasy football.
Yeah, I know it's tough. And like I'll give like the cop out answer, and then I'll give like how I think you should be skewing your exposures. I do think it depends a little bit on like how you started your drafts. Like, are you looking for more of a higher floor, higher ceiling option that might lead you in the directions of the rookies versus like Parker Washington and Michael Wilson? You can make fun of them for being boring picks. Like I still think they provide some floor in a way that maybe like the Lemon and like Tyson does not. You could argue that, but anyways, I think I mostly want to be playing it through like the Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison guys and the rookies. Like Tyson, I think got a really good spot in the draft. I think like with Thomas and Harrison, it's like it hasn't been great, especially last year was really ugly for Thomas, but I think we could see like later career breakouts for these guys. I mean, even with Thomas, we saw it so much as a rookie. It's like hard for me to believe that has just completely gone away. I know the offense has changed. They added a bunch of pieces, but like he was so efficient and exciting as a rookie. I like want to believe that can come back. And then Marvin Harrison, I think he's finally like the first 2 years I faded him more than any other player. Like I think it took stone zero of him 2 years in a row. I think finally he's at a point where I think it makes sense to buy into the prospect profile. I think he actually like had signs of starting to take off last year before he had all those injuries. And it was like really unlucky for him because his injuries coincided with when Brissett took over the offense and it became like a lot more fun from a fantasy standpoint. And he was on the sideline with like concussions, heel injuries, etc. So it was like a weird run out for him. But I agree with you. It's such a weird range of wide receivers. It's going to be fun to figure that out.
I know. And I think I still like the way I find myself is I still feel so burned by like Thomas and Harrison that those are the guys I want to kind of ignore. But like, you're right. I mean, Harrison, a guy we were taking at the 1-2 turn, who's now available at pick 76. I guess it's just the market has gotten so good. It's like we priced in a lot of this downside now, and it's like, okay, but he was still a top 5 overall pick or whatever.
Yeah. He was just still such a good prospect. And yeah, again, I just think there's like scenarios where last year, if he doesn't get hurt when Brissett takes over the offense, like he does a lot of what Michael Wilson does. Because still in the games that him and Wilson played together, he was like out targeting him and stuff. So yeah.
Well, and it's for people like me to reshape our opinions on him. We thought he was going to be a CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, uber alpha who does everything. And it's like, okay, he's a little bit more limited than that. But guess what? A lot of these guys are fairly limited. Like Parker Washington's fairly limited. Like I think Jordan Addison's awesome, but like at kind of one specific thing, so it's like once you're in this territory, all of these guys have limitations. And then that's where it's like, okay, you're not drafting the round 1 guy anymore. You're drafting a role player on a team.
Yeah, exactly. What you need from him to be a good pick at this price is just far, far lower. So,
all right, one more take. Mm-hmm. Where is the official Travis Hunter take from the BBM champ?
Man,
he went. Where did he go in this one? He went at pick 159, which is about where he was going in the big board at the end.
I was taking him there. Like, I think I'm probably like a little bit negatively polarized because like I listened to like Jacob talk about him and he's probably gonna have 100% and he's so confident he's gonna work out this year. Like I still think it's like kind of a thin path for him this year, but at pick like 160. I don't know how you can't be like mixing him in just based on the prospect profile where we were drafting him last year, like the flashes he showed last year. There's just so many things that could happen to make him a good pick at that price. And I mean, you saw what we were dealing with at around pick 160 at wide receiver. Like we were talking about Tre Tucker and, Cooper Kupp not that far after that. And it's like the opportunity cost there is so low that, I'm mostly on the side of taking him. I do see ETR has him ranked at 216.
Is that what it was? I didn't even notice that.
I'm just looking at their on their website right now. I think that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, that's always concerning when the ball knowers come in. And
that's always whenever I have a take and then I check the ETR rankings and I'm like, oh, they think something differently. It's always makes you think. But but They're projection-based stuff, right? It's like, go ahead.
No, I mean, I agree with you. I'm definitely going to be on the side that I'm going to want to have a decent amount of him there. And it's more just the same way I would think about a running back too, with a lot of upside of like the chaos of the season and the uncertainty. And like, maybe you do need an injury for this to really be an uber smash. But like in those scenarios where you're getting a player who delivers round 3 or round 4 value, And it's just unique in that we talk a lot about why zero RB can work. And it's because the production's so binary when they do get the opportunity. You go from around 15 value to like around 3 value. And it's at wide receiver. It doesn't normally work like that because the talent bet and things get reshifted in a way where it's like, okay, everybody sees a little bit more target share, but it could be binary with Travis Hunter in a way like a backup running back stepping into a starting role. And so that to me makes him different than the average pick 160 at wide receiver.
100%. Yeah, it's just a very unique. It's a one-of-one situation to think through, so you have to think through it differently. And I think you explained that well. Pete, I do have a bit of a heart out here, so I'm gonna have to jump. But this was great first draft. Looking forward to doing this throughout the summer. It's a blast.
Yeah, and for now, obviously just following you on X until you make any other announcements. But yeah, people can plan on seeing you every single Monday here, noon Eastern to 1 Eastern, drafting a team with me. This was great. And anything else you want people to check out, feel free to let them know. Yeah, no, just as you mentioned, follow me on X for any other announcements. The PowerPoint does call. I gotta move some boxes around. So I'll see you guys next week. All right, peace. All right, there goes Sam Sherman. We're gonna get Pat Kerrane up on stage in a second once he is good to go. Thank you to everybody who's tapped in for this first Best Ball Breakfast of the 2026 season. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. We are going to be here every Monday and throughout the week. We're going to have different Best Ball streams. Tuesdays is often going to be side contest specific with the Badge Bros on Off and On the Clock, Eliminator, weekly winners, whatever other new contests we get. Thursdays will be the Best Ball Bash, where YouTube members can hop on stream and draft with me. And then we also have After Dark on the weekends. Those are kind of evergreen shows with people from around the industry. If you're a YouTube member of that Best Ball Value Hounds role, you'll get access to those. You'll also get access to the Best Ball Breakfast channel in the Deposit Kingdom Discord. And I haven't been doing it today because it's just been such a chaos-filled stream. But going forward, I will be kind of tipping you guys off in there, giving you first come, first serve at getting in these stream drafts with me. So regardless of whether you're a YouTube member or not, though, hop in the Deposit Kingdom Discord. We got channels talking about everything under the sun with fantasy football, and including a new channel for So You Think You Can Tout. So if you guys want to talk about the show, that's a good place to do it as well. That's the Deposit Kingdom Discord, and the link is in the description. But without further ado, we got my guy, Pat Kerrane. You know, we've had two new staples to the show this year, Adam Levitan and Sam Sherman, but Pat has been the OG. We've been drafting these together on Mondays now. I think this is our 4th year, Pat, but welcome.
Is that right? That's
it?
Crazy. That sounds right. Best Ball Mania 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, because I remember what was the Laporta year? Because it was, we got on a Saturday night and drafted Sam Laporta in the 18th round.
Yeah, that would have been 2023, I think.
Yeah.
So there you go.
There you go. How you doing? I assume busy time for you guys over at Leg Up right now.
Yeah, doing good. It is busy. Got my dynasty rankings or the rookie rankings launched this morning, and I got the best ball rankings, more to the point for this audience. Just launched those. The Leg Up best ball rankings are now live. And if you head on over to the Sidekick installation page on Leg Up, that'll install the Sidekick ready to go for this slate, which we just you might have said there's a little bit of a push to get that done before I got here. You will if you want to get that going, it'll work for the new slate.
Beautiful. Yeah, I got it here on the Mozilla. Is there anything else I need to do, or do you think we're good to go?
Just install the newest version from Leg Up, and then that should do it.
Okay.
Just scroll up to the top there. Very top.
Very top. Gotcha.
That button there. Yep.
Beautiful.
And then you will get like a little bit of there's like some little warning thing that'll pop up that you just X out.
Okay.
Well,
And that's basically all you need to know, and you're good to go on the Sidekick.
You're good to go.
All right. Beautiful. I mean, before we dive in, like, what have been, we've had a couple popular refrains on the show so far. Obviously the poor rookie class the ADPs actually and just the draft dynamics being pretty similar to pre-draft stuff, despite going from 20 to 18. Are there any things either that the Sims have been showing you guys or stuff that's on your front of mind going into these drafts?
So I'll be curious. We'll be learning together on the Sims because I haven't done any post-draft testing yet. So we'll see. But my thinking is that what we had pre-draft, kind of the most common build would be, hey, get some running backs in those first few rounds, get some receivers too. But the thing that is tougher to find is running back value in kind of round 7, 8, 9, 10. And then there's really kind of thin bets on like kind of classic zero running back targets. My thinking is that's generally going to stay the same. I mean, one of the guys we actually did like was Jadarian Price. If you were going to, not take running backs as early or take one fewer, but obviously he'll move up a lot. And there's not like a ton of guys in that range. I think there's a couple that are sort of interesting, but I kind of like Jonah Coleman now if he drops late. Like if we can get him kind of like where Bucky was, like 15, 16 type. He was someone we'd stop taking really in like the 12th, 13th range. But I could see later there being some interesting running back values once prices shift. My thinking today is that it's still probably a spot where hyperfragile is going to be like one of the default builds.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that was, Levitan and I did kind of more of a hyperfragile build and that broke nicely. Sam and I did more of an anchor RB build and kind of had to panic scramble to build out an RB room. And I've been selfishly hoping that the quarterback pressure would be alleviated at all. And it just feels the exact same. Like you just got to lock up your quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's interesting. I figured it might, because that quarterback window, it's not just that the quarterbacks are good picks there. It's that there wasn't like a ton of other stuff pulling you in another direction. And I don't really, what picks in that? There's a few picks that aren't going to be in that range anymore, like Price and like Pollard probably graduated a little bit to the top of that range. That quarterback window range, I mean.
Yeah.
Chuba probably, same deal. Like when it's time to take Brock Purdy, like isn't he kind of the best option if you have Mike Evans or whatever,
Right. Yeah, that's kind of how during big board season, that's how I defaulted. Whereas like if I don't have a skill position player that's just like screaming out to me, that I'm going to mostly just default to the quarterback in those ranges and make sure I stay ahead of the QB avalanche there.
The one guy I liked was probably Casey Concepcion as like someone I was just going to hammer there. And now like, I mean, I'll still take him, but I assume he's going to fall. And I don't want to like make 10th round Casey Concepcion like the key to my best ball summer, like partly because I don't think I'll have to take him that high given the Browns stink. But I don't know, but that's what's so interesting about this period now is that like I still think Concepcion's a good pick because he's a first round wide receiver. He's a pretty good prospect, but I also like want to get a discount on him. So I'm curious on players like that. Like, will I get that discount or will people just like take the talent based bet there at a roughly similar price?
All right. The chat is roasting me for not playing the Kerrane intro. You're absolutely right. Because Adam and Sam are new, they don't have their own intros. Pat, of course, does have his. That's on me. Producer Pete's slipping. Here you go. Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the 1s and 2s.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
We might have to freshen that up there. Your guitar reminded me, and I've been reviewing applications for So You Think You Can Tout, and one of the people who applied, I actually really liked his submission. He's a professional guitar player, and he didn't play the guitar in his submission, Pat. And I was like, what? Maybe he thought that was too on the nose, but I'm like, I want to hear you cook, brother.
For sure.
Yeah. So.
That's it's missed opportunity. I mean, you're trying to stand out from the pack here.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it shows confidence, right? You're like, I'm so good at touting that I'm not even going to do the thing I'm a professional at to impress you.
That's right. That's right. All right. We're underway here, drafting with Pat here. What happened there? We have this is my first pick from the back half of the board this morning. We got the 112, and looks like we might be battling another sidekick user because Dubner is in here.
Oh, come on, Dubner.
I know. It's like, stay the hell out, brother.
Oh man. All right.
So we will figure this out. And yeah, looks
that's
like
the message. Just X that out. Not
X
there.
that out.
There. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. All right. I'm going to get this draft board up. Did you draft any teams this morning, or is this your first one?
No, this is my first one.
Okay. I also haven't even gotten to talk to you since Hawaii. How was it?
It was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vivian loves the ocean. She just turned 2. She turned 2 the day we flew there. Which was a bad hack by me because then you gotta get the extra seat. If we had left a day earlier, she would have. But,
I will say though, man, even when April was eligible for it, you got it. I mean, the flight to Hawaii with a toddler on your lap
it's like a 5.5 hour flight. Yeah. The thing is, my parents came too, so we would have at least had a row. It wouldn't have been sharing with someone, because that's the toughest, is when it's like 2 of you plus a baby and then like a stranger.
Yes.
in the row.
Yes.
Which we have done. We did that when we flew back to Delaware for Christmas.
All right, let's see here. I had refreshed the sidekick because Gibbs was still at the top. I don't see anything here, but let's ADP, you're looking at Genty, Achane, Barkley, Walker.
I'd be Genty for sure, and then probably Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
Who I've been I've been higher on than maybe I thought I'd be. And like another guy, like, I don't feel like you're when you take Barkley at the 112, there's not like huge opportunity cost there at receiver now with Jefferson moving up. So
right.
You set yourself up to be able to take the receivers a little later.
Yep. So we start Genty, Barkley there. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only other guy who I think by the end of the summer is probably going to be in the conversation there is Walker. I think Walker is going to move up like as the summer goes on. And I know like fantasy life projections really like him. I think a lot of those like season long projections are going to start to push Walker up a bit.
You think he'll jump Barkley?
I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny because, like, back when Barkley broke out, I wasn't into him at this price. So now maybe I'm behind the curve the other way. But with Barkley, I'm like, I like that they changed the OC, right? I think they're gonna trade AJ Brown, but they have Mekhi Lemon, who I really like. I think this is gonna be an offense that scores points. The offensive line is still solid, and like it is completely his backfield. So with Walker, there's some things to like, but like, I don't know, man. Like Walker's never been ever what Barkley has been. So it just takes a little bit of like true projection. On Walker, which I get betting on the Chiefs, but Mahomes coming off the torn ACL, they might not be like rolling people early.
And I bet the sentiment on Walker will probably be heavily correlated with Mahomes' return timeline. And if there's a lot of enthusiasm, it's like Mahomes is full go, like off the rip, like this offense is ready to cook. Like I think that Walker enthusiasm will come along with it. And I could see stuff where it's like, Mahomes, maybe we get a week of Justin Field, whatever it is. Then it's like, okay, like I'm not, but the idea of like Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP with a healthy Mahomes, people are going to be excited about that.
For the sidekick, try closing out the draft tab, the board.
This
and
one?
Refresh that. Yeah. And then refresh this one and see if that fixes it.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I can try to come back in. It's going to be a long summer of drafting though, so we got plenty of time to Get the Kings, but yeah, I don't know. Something with that is it's not registering.
Well, this is why we soft launched,
That's right. We're
see
going
what
to
we
raw
got.
dog it here at the 3-4 turn. By ADP, we're looking at a bunch of Ohio State wide receivers in Tedero and McMillan, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave. Olave does go. ADP, McMillan, Wilson, Igbuka, Javonte, Zay, Ladd, Burden. What do you like?
I like Wilson here. I like McMillan here. You could also do Javonte and get that third running back, and I think that would let us go receiver at the next turn as well. That kind of be where my head's at.
Yeah, what do you prefer, Javonte or Tedero?
It's sad, but I honestly think I prefer Javonte.
Wow, man! Imagine telling our early, young, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ship-chasing selves that we would take Javonte Williams over the exciting year 2 rookie at the end of the 3-4.
It's funny. Like when you look at the Cowboys, like they didn't bring in anybody. They paid Javonte. They didn't bring in anybody else. So like in a lot of ways, he is dead zoney, but he's probably like he's more like a guy that used to back in the day, before we broke ADP, used to be more like a late second round pick.
Yeah.
So it is frustrating. Part of it is, I think it's a couple things. One is this is a terrible rookie class. Like, my God, for running back, right? Like there's 2 first rounders that are going to be, one's very expensive, who I like, but, and then the other one's going to move up to roughly this range. Right. And then like, what are our dart throws? Who are our rookie dart throws? And I don't have a lot of confidence in, all right, you're going to take like 7 running backs and you're going to take like 3 running backs late. Like who, what are the confidence there? So
yeah.
As a zero running back enthusiast, I'm hopeful that I'll be more into it in August.
Yeah.
When we have,
Well, and it's kind of like the reason the Javonte click is so interesting is because like, I think everyone agrees structurally, like it just makes so much more sense. It feels better. You hit the other value pockets of the draft board. It's just like, can the Javonte profile in situation, is it good enough? Can it actually withstand that to justify it? And it more just becomes a conversation about Javonte's price than it does about anything else.
Yeah, but it's like they didn't like, who else is there? It's
Nobody.
the same guys he beat out last year.
Yep.
So, I recognize he still is fragile because he sucked 2 years ago. And who was there 2 years ago, but they really fed him last year, and it clearly is their plan to do so again. So, if I had like a Chase Brown type bet in the 10th round this year, like I wouldn't really think about Javonte. I'd just take that guy.
I think one thing with me where I'm like, I think I prefer, and maybe I just need to think about it more, but I think one of the reasons I struggle with Javonte is I think I prefer David Montgomery straight up.
Yeah, that's fine.
To him,
I don't,
similar type of bet. I feel like just a little bit better about his overall juice than Javonte.
That's totally fair.
We're back on the clock. Swift is here, who was kind of a nice winner. We got some quarterbacks, or we could get the 5-6 wide receivers, Brian Thomas, Harrison, Pierce. What do you like?
Let's get a receiver here for sure.
Quick.
Is Tyson here or Lemon?
Let's
do Tyson.
Sorry.
Swift's fine. Swift's fine. And then we could basically be done at running back. Tyson would be great here.
Tyson.
On, I assume. Yeah, let's do Tyson.
Yep. Yeah, where do you know? I know you guys just dropped your ranks too. Let me get your ranks here just as a backstop, since with the sidekick is still down for me. I think you guys just sent an email, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. I'll grab.
Just head to the side. It should be the top page.
Here we go. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm in Chrome right now, but I have the. Yeah, so I was going to say, Swift to me, I know ETR had a bullish ranking on him relative to ADP. Where do you guys have Swift? You haven't. Okay, you're slightly behind on him, so not quite as enthusiastic. Let's see here. But yeah, I mean, this is the kind of build, like, I have a feeling that we're going to like how this team turns out, assuming you can get like the quarterback stuff to work out, but getting those 4 running backs at the top and just essentially just being able to ignore the rest of the dicey running back landscape is nice.
Yeah. And Swift, I do think is like Swift is a guy, if you time out on him as your running back 4, it's fine. You'll survive. But
yeah,
he does feel like a little bit more dead zoney in that, like, there is, like, who else would it be? Well, it'd be the guy he's splitting with currently, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I could see Swift becoming like an RB4 type of dude, you know, like a true committee back.
It's like Javonte if Javonte had Monangai in the backfield.
Right. Yeah. If Javonte had Monangai. And that's honestly one of the things about the rookie class that's tough too. It's that this isn't a class where Rachaad White as a crappy starter is dealing with a Bucky Irving, right? There's no Bucky Irving. There's not even really a Sean Tucker. Like, I think a Sean Tucker as a rookie is better than a lot of the rookie bets we get. So some of these fragile running backs, I think, probably will survive another year. And then we'll have to remember that next year when running backs are, you know, 10 of the top 12 picks are all running back or whatever. And
yeah.
And if you don't take 3 running backs in the first 4 rounds, you're an idiot. We can move back to running back fragility when there's some actual threats to these guys.
All right, we do have the sidekick up and running. And is there anything that signals hot best ball summer in the sidekick more than logging in and seeing Drake May as the top suggestion? I mean, we are.
Did you notice the rankings image as well?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh,
seeing Drake May and Jalen Warren in my queue has never been more back and on
Never
brand.
been more back.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to pick at the 7-8 turn. We do have those 4 running backs, Genty, Barkley, Javonte, and Swift. We got Garrett Wilson and Jordan Tyson. The board definitely looking favorable to quarterbacks and wide receivers, maybe even a little duck-footed Harold Fannin. What are you seeing here?
Well, receiver is getting a little thin. So I actually wonder if we steered too hard to running back. Well, I mean, we probably would have double tapped receiver if not for the Swift click. So this is one of the things with the sidekick where, like, if there aren't receivers, it doesn't tell you to take receiver, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I was just going to talk about that because it was like suggesting Pollard.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I'd be down for Mahomes here or Fannin. I would be fine, like, if you did want to grab like an Addison or a Myers and get a third receiver. I think that's totally fine here too.
Yeah, I took Fannin at the buzzer just to have the like naked Mahomes versus grabbing a wide receiver conversation.
Mahomes isn't like even so easy to backdoor stack with Kelce and Worthy, so I don't really care about naked Mahomes. I take a ton of Mahomes.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's funny you said, because you were just talking about how, like, it's not going to necessarily force wide receivers if it doesn't think that's where the value's at, because it was going to say, like, Pollard, I think, was going to be the top suggestion if he fell one more spot to us.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, the sidekick just does not, like, capitulate to draft runs so much. Like, if you're like, hey, if you tell the Sims, like, hey, here's what I've got a bunch of receivers who don't score many points, and they don't really score more points than the receivers available later, but I don't have any receivers, and I have like 4 running backs, and there's some running backs here, but I already have 4, and the running backs score more points than the receivers, and there's not many running backs available later. The Sims will be like, just take the last running back then. Like, you take the one that, like, you don't have that many running backs. You've got 4. You're in a structure that feels uncomfortable to you, but the situation is that the player who scores points still is a running back. So take the running back. We're not going to keep taking running backs forever, but while there's still running back points, let's take them. If in a vacuum, sure, it would be nice if Marvin Harrison had fallen here, we would definitely take him, but he's not here.
That's what I noticed with it when I was drafting with it last year. It's just it pushes you into some spots that are uncomfortable compared to conventional wisdom or whatever, but it's forecasting the 2v2s better than you can. And the wide receiver feels comfy when you're looking at the team so far, but it's reverse engineering your draft board more than you're capable of thinking through at that moment.
Yeah, and it's doing stuff where it's like, hey, you're gonna take a receiver here because it's a comfier click than the receivers later, but like, is Chris Godwin like that different than guys you're going to get next round or 2 rounds from now? And what might happen, honestly, is that we might just take quarterback here, right? So typically, like, if, 2 years ago, if you and I were drafting right now, we'd be like, oh my God, we're buried. We have to take a receiver here. What I actually think will probably happen is the top guy will be quarterback. If a receiver falls, great, but this is the quarterback window, right? This is when, so like, don't sacrifice the quarterbacks just to like check a box. A lot of the like checking box stuff is what the Sims hate the most. Like when you're like,
where you're satisfying your own discomfort is basically what
you're satisfying your own discomfort. There are some receivers. There's one receiver here that we still really like that might end up being the recommendation, but we'll see.
Yep. All right. So the team so far, we got Mahomes, we got Genty, Barkley, Williams, Swift, we got Garrett Wilson and Tyson at wide receiver, Fannin at tight end, and we will see what is available here for us in a few picks. You mentioned the back stacking stuff. Is it really just Worthy and Kelce, or do you like a Tyquan Thornton or somebody super late too?
No, it's Worthy and Kelce, but I like both those picks.
Yeah. I think we'll be okay with wide receiver here. I mean, Concepcion, Downs, Worthy, and Wan'Dale Robinson all here. Love does go. Obviously, Worthy's I'm surprised the sidekick isn't suggesting Worthy, but that definitely feels like it should be one of them.
I'm fine with Worthy. He's the third or the fourth selection there. So happy to take him. And then I'd also, Wan'Dale or Downs. Downs, I think, was a huge winner from the draft.
Yes.
We're going to probably draft an ungodly amount of Downs together this summer. So if you want to take Wan'Dale, who's the top selection or the top recommendation on this draft, I'm happy to do that.
I'm with you. I mean, I'm going to always gravitate to Downs over Robinson straight up. But I do think on a team like this, where we are really trying to backfill wide receiver production, like I think we all agree Wan'Dale Robinson's going to project for probably more targets out of the gate than Downs. Or there's more volatility, I guess, to Downs' target projection than Wan'Dale.
I think that's right.
I mean, it's just like the Downs and the Jaden Reed thing are kind of similar, right? Where it's like things have broken so well for them. And then it's like, is this finally the year they play in 2 wide receiver sets?
The thing I like about both guys is if it's not, I think we still survive.
Yeah.
This isn't a huge price to pay. And that's also like Josh Downs versus like Chris Godwin and Ricky Pearsall. Like, I'd rather have Josh Downs than Ricky Pearsall straight up.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I take Josh Downs over Ricky Pearsall? He's better. He's got they didn't just draft a receiver with the 33rd overall pick,
Yeah.
It's like I am worried about Downs' routes a little bit. I'm not sure Pearsall's routes are locked in for the full season though. So that's and then Wan'Dale should be able to earn targets pretty easily as well. Worthy as well. Like Worthy I think there's a big tier of receiver that starts probably in the 7th round and goes, into the 11th.
Here's a question about Wan'Dale Robinson. Just the more I think about it, because I understood his big board price, and I thought like that wasn't really assuming they were going to take a wide receiver. Everyone thought they were going to take Jeremiyah Love, all of that. How much should we be rethinking like Wan'Dale Robinson with Tate there? Because I thought a lot of the thesis was like he's going to be the number 1 target earner on this team. I feel like that thesis is in question now. And it's like, shouldn't we be viewing Wan'Dale a little more closer to how we did with him on the Giants next to Neighbors than we do on the Titans with Tate?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the thing with Wan'Dale is I believe he'll still be, running a bunch of routes, that he'll still be, pretty much a full-time guy there, given the level of target competition. Mm-hmm. Now maybe that's Ridley and Wan'Dale's limited to the slot. We did actually move Wan'Dale down. And I don't think, my assumption is that typically Downs would be top guy there over Wan'Dale. But I think Wan'Dale's still, especially on a team like this, where you're like, hey, we don't have receivers.
Right.
We have a rookie already. So let's get out of let's make sure we have a guy who's going to score points to start the year.
And it probably just comes down to how good is Tate, right? Because Tate isn't Neighbors. I think we all agree on that.
He's not Neighbors. I like him a lot, but he's not Neighbors.
All right, on the clock here, Stroud, Shakir, Kelce just went to Dubner, asshole. Who do you want here?
He also took Downs. Did you notice that? Stroud. Let's get the quarterback. We've pushed quarterback. We have a quarterback with a torn ACL. Let's get it's unstacked, but it's like you got to score points at quarterback too. So the stacking's nice. We have Worthy stacked with Mahomes. That can be our end of the season kind of hammer.
Shakir or Cooper here?
I'm fine with any of these guys.
Well, I hope you're fine with Shakir because that's the pick.
I honestly still like Shakir, yeah.
Okay. I mean,
I'm
it's
not
kind
worried
of
about the Skylar Bell thing at all.
I saw Skylar Bell go in the 18th round, and I was like, I think if I put together my list of rookie flyers that I was going to take in round 17 or 18, I don't know if he would have made my top 10.
He came out. So Bell was one of those guys. I got to his write up and I was like, oh shit. Am I sleeping on this guy? If he's a second round pick, he looks a lot like Jeremy Bernard or something. I was like, what if the consensus board is wrong? And it wasn't. Right? He's a day 3 guy. And as a day 3 guy, he just looks so forgettable, just like someone that never really matters. You might know his name in a couple years because he's the wide receiver 4 on a depth chart or something. He gets a little run. You play him in DFS a couple times. It's just, yeah. I don't, as a rookie, he's kind of Khalil Shakir, who also didn't do anything as a rookie, right? It wasn't, I think, until year 2 that he mattered. He looks like a Khalil Shakir, where maybe in a couple years he does enough as a target earner. He probably plays out of the slot, but it's all short targets, really. So yeah, not one of my favorite flyers, and not, I don't think, a threat to. He's probably a Shakir succession plan for the Bills.
Yeah. All right, we got a 2-4-5-1 here through 12 rounds. We have 2 naked quarterbacks, Mahomes and Stroud. We got those 4 running backs up top, Genty, Barkley, Javonte, and Swift. And now we're up to 5 wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Tyson, Xavier Worthy, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Shakir. And we do have Harold Fannin holding it down at tight end.
Yeah, I like it.
This is you look at the board, this was happening to me in my drafts this morning as well, where it's man, that so many tight end options from 130 to 160, very sweet spot of the board for tight end. So that could be a play for us. And then obviously we're just wide receiver. What do you think about the quarterback dynamics at this point? Or is this a build you would consider too, now that we're into somewhat dicier territory with the other QBs?
So in 20 rounds, Sidekick loved 3 quarterback.
Yeah.
And it loved 3 quarterback with Brissett and Smith even. Well, both those guys had rookies go there, which, was probably always going to happen, but it did happen. So that definitely lowers the interest in them a little bit. And then I think the bigger thing is there aren't those 2 rounds to play with. And what we'd see a lot is you hit the 3 quarterbacks while they're still quarterbacks, and then you tackle on that extra receiver or 2 in 19 and 20. I'm not sure if it'll be as kind of quarterback pilled without those 2 rounds. We do see Smith here, but he's not the top suggestion. Hunter's the guy who's really, I figured Dubner would snipe us.
Yeah.
So I'm psyched about that.
Yeah. So let's grab Hunter here as our wide receiver 6, our DB1. And let's see, where do you want to go for this next one? Like, do you see the Bryce Geno? I mean, Geno does stack with Wilson if we want to lock that up. Bryce Young.
Schultz stacks with Stroud. I'd probably do that. I like that.
Sorry, I didn't get it in time. I did it at the last second.
It's fine. We got another stack. It's
in Schultz ADP 176. He should be there. I would think maybe should be there. We did get Geno there. I guess there was. What do you think? Like Bryce Young versus like a Bryce Young unstacked versus Geno stacked with our first wide receiver there. If we had more time to talk it through.
With Mahomes, I think Geno is actually pretty handy, right? Like you get Stroud and Geno. Like if Mahomes misses 5 games or something, and all you have is Stroud for those first 5 weeks, you could be a little bit behind. So having Geno, given that we already invested in Garrett Wilson, having Geno there, I think is helpful. So yeah, I probably prefer Schultz. Get that tight end too, because I think Geno probably does lose the job at the end of the year because the Jets are going to be such a shit show. But again, we do have Wilson, so it would be great for us if the Jets weren't awful, and Geno keeps the job.
All right, Zane says, I keep missing where Price is going by jumping on work calls. He has gone in basically the exact same spot in all of my drafts, 69, 70, 71. He goes 69 here. People kind of playing, triangulating his like rank going, at 50. What do you guys have Price at? Opened up his rank at?
Pull him up.
76. So you guys are a little lower on him than ETR.
Well, I'm with Price and with some of these guys, like I'm trying to like middle it a little bit with like, where would I take this guy today? The ranking on Price will move up as we go. I think
that it's kind of like anchored to the ADP, trying to get you the value without overpaying on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to like, I'm putting in a ranking of like, this is where I would be targeting this guy right now. But it's not like if I was drafting against 11 other Pats, where would I take Price?
Yeah.
So yeah. I think Price will settle in like we'll probably end up slightly behind ADP on him in the end. But I think his ADP will be higher than this. So basically, I have him at, if ADP wasn't a factor, I'd have him at 65.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with ETR at 50 and just the overall enthusiasm, he is probably going to push up past that.
I think he will too, yeah. Which I'm kind of fine with.
Yeah. We're on the clock here. Stribling is actually the highest rank, but we got some tight ends here. Otten, Njoku, Stowers. What would you like to do?
Let's do Stowers.
Okay. Yeah, talk to me about Stowers. That's another one where I think, or actually, let's make these 2 picks, or the second pick. Let's see what Sidekick's going to do here. Tucker, Calvin Ridley, Tank Dell. I guess Dell with.
We could do Dell.
Tucker, Otten. It was
Tucker.
Otten. Yeah.
Tucker was a winner, huh? Dell's fun with Geno.
Yeah. Or Dell's fun with Stroud. Yeah.
With Stroud, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I took Tucker
confused
with
our
both.
boring pocket passers.
Yes. I took Tucker with both Adam and Sam. there as well. We were kind of talking through some of these wide receivers maybe being a little tricky with all of the free agent wide receivers who haven't signed, and like Raiders clearly could be a team interested in one of these guys.
Yeah, they could be, but like Tucker would be fine. Tucker's like, I mean, when I say this, keep in mind that I'm assuming he's like a poor man's Rashid Shaheed. So I'm not like going nuts, but he's golden. Like they could sign Diggs and Jennings and he'd still be in the same role. Like, you know, they could sign, I guess if they sign Debo too, then maybe there's a squeeze. But like currently, their 3 wide receivers are Tre Tucker, Jalen Naylor, who I assume is mostly just playing out of the slot, and then either Jack Besh or Dante Thornton. It's like they kind of need to sign. I think it's good for Tucker if they sign someone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
It's crazy.
Jawan Jennings just needs to lower his demands, stay in the Bay Area, and
he's done. He messed it up. This is like the Jacoby Brissett holdout. Like, do this after the draft, bro.
He has no leverage.
No, you have reverse leverage. It's like by
he's gonna have to
saying
beg a team to let him join. Oh my god. All right, we have 2 more picks here. We have a 3-4-7-2 build. Pretty comfy at every position here. Tight end and wide receiver, most likely where we're looking here.
Yeah, and look at this hyper fragile thing, man. Like we did the running backs. It didn't feel so fun, but then you're like, I mean, I've enjoyed not thinking about any of these running backs.
It's
I'll
nice.
tell you that.
Honestly, it's nice.
Yeah.
Woody
Marks, Tyron Tracy, Zach Charbonnet. You know, this run here to kind of fill that out. Like I get it. I understand the build, but I mean, that's just
it's tough.
It's tough.
It's real tough. That's what I was saying. It was like right after Rashad White and Aaron Jones come off the board, like this, like 130 through like 178 here before you just get into true flyer territory. I mean, that is a goddamn wasteland.
Yeah, for sure.
The sidekick was suggesting Otten to us at the last pick, so that could be in play here. It also
sniped by Dubner
as his 4th tight end. This guy is unbelievable. Have some agency in your life. What do you want?
Freiermuth's honestly, I love Freiermuth.
Yeah. God, he's a sick person. That Michael Dubner. All right, let's see. We got Ted Hurst is the rookie. You got Antonio Williams up here as well. You like Hurst?
I love Hurst.
All right, let's do it. How do you see that playing out? Like, what do you? I mean, we've seen a track record of
look at that
drafting.
Look at that. He was the top suggestion. The Sims are in my brain, bro.
Oh, you Hurst? Yeah.
Yeah. Once it updated after we took the tight end, he flipped to the top.
Well, I said Hurst because I saw him at the top of this season. Yeah.
Yeah, like Hurst is a reasonably big outside wide receiver. He's like 206 pounds or something. He produced a ton of yards on 20-plus yard targets. He dominated the Georgia State passing game, which isn't a good passing game at all, but he did dominate it. He was I think, D2 or FCS transfer. Weirdly, he didn't do anything, but then he transferred and was like the passing game for Georgia State for 2 years. Didn't transfer after his junior year, which was also kind of like, hey, why didn't you go somewhere good? But he was really good both years that he was there. And it's kind of like he's one of these guys where can he make the jump, right? Can he actually make the jump in terms of the level of competition? Unclear, but if he can, he's very different than the other Buccaneers wide receivers, right? They've been drafting these oops all slot receivers, you know, Ibuka, Godwin, McMillan, Tez Johnson. They're literally all slot receivers. They now drafted a guy. This is a true outside receiver, a downfield outside receiver, who I think can earn Like he can carve out a role as like the guy who does the thing no one else does. What if he's like Bucks Alec Pierce? You know?
Yeah.
And in the last round, that seems pretty good to me.
Yep. Yeah. And again, like we've seen, you know, there's some of these organizations, right, that really slow play their rookies, and it gives you pause. The Bucks have thrust these guys into roles right off the rip. We've seen it with Ted Johnson. I mean, Jalen McMillan, like talk about a guy who hit the ground running. This goes back to all the way back when, who was that wide receiver who was like a third round rookie that scored like 11 touchdowns his rookie year on the Bucks? This is even before this coaching staff, but it's just been it was Mike Williams, the other Mike Williams. I think. Yeah. So I don't know,
Mike Williams. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, I like that. I like that thought. Like this is, and there's room for opportunity with no Mike Evans. Like these guys are going to battle it out to see who gets on the field here. So I like that.
Yeah, I think I'm also not a McMillan guy. I don't think McMillan, again, and specifically like we're talking who's playing X, you know, who's like, I think Ibuka's best off, Godwin's best off in the slot, Ibuka's probably best off at Z. Who wins the X job? I kind of like Hurst at the end of the season to do that. You know, obviously they could have like McMillan in the slot and Godwin at Z and Ibuka at X or something if Hurst sucks. But if Hurst is good, he has a path.
Oh, I wanted to have the conversation about Stowers. That's another one that I think you guys are going to be way different than ETR on, and I'm excited to see like how this plays out. But give me the bull case for Stowers here at 180.
The bull case is that he's a big receiver, and he was just drafted in the second round, and to a team that has Dallas Goedert as an established tight end, but one that has signaled pretty clearly like that's not their long-term plan for him to be their guy. And then the other thing with Stout, like a lot has been made of the fact that he doesn't run block and isn't a good run blocker. That's true. But he comps to guys like, you know, Gesicki and stuff like that, where it's like, yeah, he's like just a straight up big receiver. But like, you know, like Tyler Eifert had a very similar run blocking grade in college. It's like, I'm actually not that confident that he is going to be like 30%, 40% of the routes. Can he get to 60%, 65%? Because if he's really good, then he starts to be interesting at these prices there. And at the end of the season, can he kind of carve out a bigger role? The other thing is that, like, we know the NFL is transitioning more to the 12 personnel stuff. This team doesn't really has two receivers once they trade A.J. Brown, which I'm very confident they're going to do. All the reporting points that direction. And so we should see more 12. And then we're also coming off a year where Oronde Gadsden, who was literally, like, what was his run blocking grade? I don't even know, because he played receiver, wide receiver on the outside. And then he just became a tight end. Like, I'm open to the idea that the Eagles, who just took this guy in the second round, plan for him to play a lot. And as a receiver, he pops. He comes out in the same tier for me in my tight end model as Sadiq. I don't really see a big gap between those two guys. I think Sadiq's a little bit safer as far as like, can he actually play in the NFL? But Stowers has some upside as a receiver.
Yeah, I mean, is Gadsden kind of the roadmap? Like, that's the kind of breakout you're hoping for? Or could you see a more like Laporta style, Fannin style, and like really bullish scenarios?
I think I could, yeah, because the one thing with Laporta was a bad run blocker too. And the Lions just didn't really care. They were like, you're a tight end. We'll like kind of deal with it. Now, he was a better run blocker than Stowers. I think like the thing with Stowers is you are going to have some growing pains. But we took Fannin. We're done at running back. I'm looking at the sidekick. I'm seeing a ton of tight end suggestions. We've attacked wide receiver with volume there. We already had 3 quarterbacks. When we took Stowers, I was pretty confident we would take a third tight end.
Yeah.
And so as on 3 tight end builds with a guy that we took, relatively early, so we're not counting on like early season production from Stowers, he's like forming the sandwich, like where we have Fannin and Freiermuth, and then we get Stowers as like later season upside at tight end. That's how I want to deploy him. I do think compared to a guy like Laporta or even Fannin, who was actually a decent blocker despite being undersized, I think he's a bad enough blocker that he probably will have limited playing time to begin the season. The question is like, can he get it to a sufficient enough level, and then can he add as a receiver? And then they're gonna find ways to get him out on the field more. You want to talk about like ultimate ceiling 2 years from now, 3 years from now? Like, is he playing enough? Could he be like a Dalton Kincaid level bust when he goes in the 5th round next year? Yeah, he could be a horrible 5th or 6th round pick, but I don't think it's not my problem. That's next year's problem. I think let's keep that in mind when we get overly hyped about him next year. But
that's Philadelphia homers who play best ball's future problem.
That's their future problem. Yeah, that's a year 2. That's a year 2 breakout conversation that we can have later. I think for this price, like he can pay off this ADP pretty easily, like 60% route participation. He can do that.
I like him in this specific configuration, like you said. I mean, Fannin's a tight end 1. Freiermuth is like a steady guy that is going to earn targets when he's on the field, and Stowers just gives you that, like you said, that late season juice. Let's do the final full recap of the team here. 3-4-8-3 build. Mahomes, Stroud, Geno Smith at quarterback. Genty, Barkley, Javonte, DeAndre Swift. I just had a backflash. I was like, Geno and Genty. Oh no, not on the same team this year. Garrett Wilson, Jordan Tyson, Xavier Worthy, Wan'Dale Robinson, Khalil Shakir, Travis Hunter, Tank Dell, and Ted Hurst. And then those 3 tight ends we've been discussing, Fannin, Stowers, Freiermuth. I do think we were going to go a different direction than Swift and get a wide receiver here. But other than that, like, how do you feel about this?
I do wish, which was our intention at the time, so that's the one pick where I wish we had that receiver there, because Xavier Worthy is the wide receiver 3, does feel a little sketchy, but we have Wan'Dale and Shakir, who are both like pretty good, and they're slot limited, and they're never going to be stars, but they should be able to. And Wan'Dale might not even be like truly slot limited, because the other guys aren't so great there. So especially early in the season. But Shakir definitely is. And then we have Hunter, who's cornerback limited, which is another potential problem. But we've got guys who are good. I think all these guys are pretty good football players with that wide receiver 4 through 6. And then Tyson provides some upside late. So, we need to start really hot out of the gate at running back. And then the receiver production can kind of come online as Tyson emerges.
Where, like, realistically playing out the 2v2, because I think it's interesting. Like, let's say we go, I think you floated Brian Thomas, right? Instead of Swift, like Thomas and Tyson. Where do you think would be the 2v2? Obviously, we'd be grabbing still a 4th running back later. If we are just doing a 4th running back build, it's probably be 4 like super late rounds. Like, where would have been that sweet spot, do you think, to get the next or the 4th running back?
Well, the Pollard snipe would have hurt, because that's the one I would have been like, oh, Warren and Pollard here on the next round would have been great, and we don't take Fannin. But I don't actually know who that would have been. Because, so we would have had to take
So like Shakir, when we took Shakir, it's like Tracy and Jonathan Brooks were on the board. So you do like
Brooks I think is a little bit of a winner. So that might have been Shakir, and Brooks might have been one.
It would have been Brian Thomas and Brooks versus Swift and Shakir. Like, those would be the kind of 2.
I could also have seen like a Wan'Dale Aaron Jones swap. Or Rashad White. I guess he came in, like that. That's not that sexy either. I honestly think we would have been pissed that we got sniped on Pollard. So the Swift pick maybe wasn't. The Swift pick was probably good.
Yes. And I'm still tilting Doomner doing a 4 tight end build and sniping us 1 pick on Kelce. I couldn't believe it.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, and Dubner, he actually DM'd me during the show. He's got his contest rating, his breakdowns.
Yeah.
And I was going to pull it up and promote it, but after that snipe, you're going to have to find him on Twitter yourself. There's an underscore. It's a real fucking mess, and you probably won't be able to find that. Yeah, any other kind of like takeaways from not necessarily even our own team, but just looking at the landscape or things you'd be thinking about in these early drafts?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the running backs here in this range of like Monungai, Dowdle, Dobbins, Mason, JCM, Rodriguez, like, I think I hate all those guys. Like, I don't like a single one of those guys. So I just have a hard time. Not to say there's not a use for them, on certain builds, but like, man, it is tough. Like, I don't want to make my season about those guys, right? Like, they're not. I don't think they're that good.
Yeah, and it's a real question of, do you have beer goggles on when you select them? Because like whatever your build is, an anchor or a thinner build, and you're like, yeah, I need running backs. And I like the late round options even way less than the Rashad Whites of the world. And it starts to look good because it, again, checks off that box you were talking about.
Right.
But relative to previous years, I mean, I think about, remember the year, like it was Chase Brown and Zach Moss?
Yeah.
And like what you got when you were right on that was so much more exciting. Raheem Mostert, Devon Achane, and obviously I'm pointing out examples where we got to make a hit, but the point was these were fruitful environments with exciting profiles, and if you guessed on the right one, you had a smash. It's like if you guess on the right one here, it's like you have like okay production, but you don't have a league-winning profile in this range.
You don't. And even last year, like Scadaboo was what, 9th to open Best Ball Mania? Like,
he was at 100 like all summer.
Yeah, I would love to have a Scadaboo level bet. I mean, I think he was a better prospect than Jadarian Price. Now that he didn't get the runway, but he actually did get the runway, but we didn't know. Like, it wasn't as clear, it wasn't as obvious that he was gonna be their starting running back. He had to earn it. But I love when guys have to earn it if they're good, because I take that uncertainty as a discount, and then I get to bet on a guy overcoming that uncertainty because he's actually really good. But like, these guys are more like, I mean, Dowdle, I guess, is sort of a bet on talent, but I mean, I've been a Dowdle guy. I don't think he's awesome, and it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not like super excited about the offense. So, Monungai was a 7th round pick last year. He's okay. He's all right.
And this is like, so Joey says, I feel like there's enough recent history of RBs we think suck having very useful seasons for best ball purposes. We are not pushing back against the usefulness. I'm saying that you don't have any league winning guys who, this is a good way to frame it. Are there any of these guys you could see drafting in round 2 or 3 next year? We drafted Chase Brown in round 2 and round 3, like after that breakout. That's the thing I sort of like. Rashad White can be very useful for basketball teams. We're not drafting him in the top 5 rounds next year. We just aren't.
Right. And the answer is like, no, I don't see a single one of these guys who I'd draft. And it starts earlier than that as well. Like, it's
maybe
like
Corum, like if the Kyren stuff finally.
Corum. Yeah. Corum's a good one. I could see that. Like, yeah. But like Pollard, Ramondre, it actually, Warren, it starts earlier. You wouldn't take any of those. Hubbard. I would like if Harvey dropped more. Harvey's a guy that I think is fun. If he's around, pick 100.
Okay.
I'd be back in on that. But I don't know that the market will give us that.
I know. And it just sucks being anchored to that ADP because it's going to take so long, and he's still a name that feels fun, even though the situation is now even more murky.
Yeah. And I think the Coleman pick definitely hurts him, where Coleman is this big dude who actually does catch passes as well, but he's kind of he's just exactly the type of guy you don't want around if you're betting on RJ Harvey, because it's like extra Dobbins.
Yeah. The chat mentioning Brooks, I do think along with like Corum, he's the other guy. I could see if everything breaks.
I agree
right,
with that.
He's the top 50 pick. I could see that.
But Brooks is later. Brooks is the
Yeah.
type of guy who, if we took Brooks, you know, you talk about like 2v2s, that might have been one. Like we remove Swift, we remove Shakir, and it's like Brian Thomas and Brooks versus Swift and Shakir.
Yep.
I might prefer the Jonathan Brooks side of that. So,
I think it's close.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah. I kind of either way is fine. But Brooks is someone where I've been trying not to get, because Brooks is someone who I personally am like biased towards. So I'm trying not to get like, you know, I've made you draft Ronald Jones. Like you understand that I like to dream on these running backs who actually haven't done anything yet, but could be fun. I think Brooks, like, if we keep getting positive news on him, I will follow the drumbeat there. I'm not gonna I don't want to lead the charge ahead of news exactly on him, but I think the draft was pretty bullish for him. We came up post draft on him. They didn't take anybody. That's a good sign.
Yeah. And I think some people are kind of misconstruing the thing we're talking about with a specific range, like Michael's talking about when Kyren came out of the blue. There is going to be some hits.
Kyren was free.
Kyren was free. He went undrafted almost the entire summer and then got drafted in the 18th round for like 2 weeks. But we are paying almost certainty level prices about some of these roles with completely capped upside. That's the conversation we're having here. There's going to be usable weeks. There's going to be deep flyers that come out of nowhere to be relevant. But we're just talking about the fragility specifically of this range and the type of profile you historically have been able to get in round 7 through 10.
And I'll tell you what, if you give me a Kyren, I'll change my draft. I'll change my structure. If you tell me there's Kyren,
yeah, me too.
I will, a Kyren level bet from his breakout year. That will meaningfully change how I approach drafts, especially if there's a couple of those guys where you can go, this dude could take over a backfield and be awesome. Right. And maybe Jonah Coleman ends up being that.
Or Damon Claiborne or a Claiborne.
Or Claiborne. Yeah. Totally. If those guys start making noise and it's dude, this guy, and guess what? Everyone's been drafting all summer and he's not rising up to the 12th round or whatever. Because Kyren, the other crazy thing with Kyren was he never got expensive. I took him. I made the BBM finals that year with a Kyren team and I took Sean Tucker over him. This is the final days of the draft. I took Sean Tucker, UDFA, who didn't do anything that year, ahead of Kyren. I took Kyren in the 18th. So I was I was patting myself on the back for we getting on Kyren late. I couldn't be bothered to take him in the 17th round. I had to take him in the last round. So that's the thing too. If we get bets that stick in the 18th with big upside at running back, that would change the landscape. I don't know who those guys are yet, and we probably won't know for a little while, for months. We probably won't know till training camp.
For sure. And, we've talked, even though this landscape is particularly bleak for running back, it is no secret that zero RB and anchor RB gets stronger and stronger as the draft season progresses, because we get more information, we get more clarity. Right now, a Jonah Coleman 0, a Damon Claiborne 0, those don't feel good. But we're going to get news, we're going to get reporting, we're going to get training camp, we're going to get preseason that is going to clear up some of that ambiguity. And some of these bets will become much, much stronger than they are right now. And to Pat's point, the strategies we can employ will drastically change, specifically in August.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Pat, so this week, you guys will have a busy week, ADP chasing tomorrow night, breaking down the ADP landscape. We'll do a ship chasing on Wednesday too, probably just drafting. I feel like the four of us, or we could do something dynasty focused if we want to swing back to that.
Sure.
I'm open to whatever. And then are you drafting right now after this?
Yeah, I'm drafting right now. So I'm going to be hopping over on the Leg Up channel. And I don't know if we're going to be doing a draft or not, but I'll be, because I'm not sure if the DraftKings slate is launched yet, but I'll be jumping on with Greg Branos when we're talking through some some of the biggest situations, shakeups, and kind of getting some of the coach speak angle there. And that's a weekly show. So after Best Ball Breakfast every week, we'll be doing that show, ripping a draft, talking, kind of doing a rundown of some key situations, and then ripping a draft. Busy week, and the cadence for me this summer is going to be on Tuesdays. I'm going to do a mailbag show. This week with Shady Advice is going to jump on.
Nice.
And that'll be at 5:30 on Tuesdays. That'll then just lead right into ADP chasing. And then on Thursdays, Sam Sherman's jumping on with me for a show we're calling That's Fair.
Nice.
At 5 Eastern, we're gonna do some drafting as well. So those 3 shows kind of on lock, and doing a dynasty show with Jacob and Davis this week, which I think we're recording tomorrow. I'm doing a rookie draft, I think, over on the ETR channel with Daigle and Reeves. I'm trying to get something set up with Reeves to do like a deep dive on the rookie class, either later this week or early next. Kind of by like our in-season preview stuff, but for the rookies, I don't know who the wagon of the week rookie will be, but yeah, so tons of stuff coming out. Rookie rankings are live, best ball rankings are live, and I'm going to try to do like a post-draft rookie kind of musings article late in the week as well. Beautiful. And then the sidekick is live right now. What Pete was on is the normal sidekick, so it's we're kind of soft launching right now. I'll send out an email once we're like, this is completely, you don't have to X out a message type of vibes.
Beautiful. Yeah. And then what was I going to say? Shit. I was going to say, if you get me going forward, if you get me the link, I think there might be a YouTube setting. You have to allow redirects, but I could give you a redirect to the shows after this once, but I don't have that ability right now. I looked in the settings. So we can figure that out.
All right. Sounds good.
I'll let you go, Pat. I'm going to do just like a couple little housekeeping things here and then wrap up. But looking forward to a summer drafting, and I'll see you on ADP chasing and ship chasing this week.
Sounds good, man.
All right, peace. Oops, I removed myself. Quick final few things of housekeeping. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the 4-hour mega stream because guess what? You're going to get more of that this summer. That is going to be the cadence of these Monday morning streams. Get to draft with me solo, and then of course Adam, Sam, and Pat. Going to be a great summer. Like I said, Tuesdays often on the clock with the Badge Bros side contest, Thursdays Best Ball Bash, ship chasing Wednesday afternoons, ADP chasing Tuesday evenings, after darks on the weekends, all of that good stuff. And then yes, like the other thing that I'm so excited about, we are working on editing the first official episode of So You Think You Can Tout. I recorded with Pat Mayo last night. There's so much for us to get through. So give me a little patience on the editing, but you guys are going to love this episode. We went through so many of the applications. Also, I'm going to be getting up a way for you guys to all view and watch all the applications yourself. So anything that was submitted to me, you will be able to watch that. And I am working on that as well. So more announcements to come for So You Think You Can Tout, but I'm excited to get your guys' feedback. And I'm going to be relying on you guys even more as this contest progresses. There's going to be some real opportunities for you guys to vote and dictate who advances, who stays, all of that good stuff. So I'm going to drop that in the chat once more. Please subscribe to the new YouTube channel, So You Think You Can Tout. This is a new channel. I was putting him on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Nick Ercolano talked some sense into me, told me I need to make the own channel. I capitulated. The new channel exists. You can search for it, So You Think You Can Tout, on YouTube. Otherwise, I just dropped it in the chat. And then the other thing, I will continue to always service the audio listeners. Love when you guys tap in, watch live on YouTube, watch back on YouTube. But the video and audio will always go to Spotify and your podcast apps on a day delay. So if you are an app bro, and I realize 4-hour streams, you might need to piece it together, some on the go, some at your computer or whatever. Those streams will be available for you in your podcast app on Tuesday mornings. That will go live. And if you guys happen to be on Spotify, please do rate and review. That's like the one podcast platform where it really does help me out at this point, because there's some organic growth on there. People are finding the show. It's happened with ship chasing. And it'd be awesome if we could get that momentum rolling for Best Ball Breakfast as well. And yeah, a few of those offers I mentioned on the show at the top, obviously 20% off the solver, which is going to be having that sweet combinatorial tool launching soon. You can use promo code Pete there and take advantage of that Fantasy Life Plus. If you guys want access to all of those awesome tools, the supermodel, all the utilization stuff in season, there's going to be a ton of league sync stuff for all of you redraft guys, all kinds of stuff, great value. Use that promo code EARLY25, EARLY25, and you can get 25% off as well. I think that's it for me. Marathon stream. I need to go to the bathroom. You guys are the best. Happy drafting. We'll see you next week on Best Ball Breakfast.